Greetings, children. It is I, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Smalls. The plan for this one is Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, and Jack Benny Television. Thanks so much for swinging by. It's going to be live.
In a world where chaos reigns, and connections seem fleeting, one visionary endeavors to bring us all together. Zen Theatre live after dark. Harnessing the transformative power of artificial intelligence, the timeless charm of radio theater. The wisdom of books, and the excitement of video games. Zen Theatre live after dark illuminates the path to enlightenment and fosters a sense of unity among its audience. Through this unique fusion of storytelling and interactive experiences, we aim to nurture personal growth, improve learning, and inspire a peaceful existence. Guided by your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Smalls, we embark on a journey of self-discovery. But where do we begin? Begin by simply listening, slow down, see just how peaceful today can be. Together, we shall create a harmonious community, bound by shared passions and a desire to elevate the human experience. Sebastian St. Smalls will be there, to the end of the line, my Valentine, guiding you on this journey towards a more serene and enlightened tomorrow. Catch you guys on the flip side.
Begin by simply listening. Slow down. See just how peaceful today can be. Greetings, children. It is I, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Smalls. The plan for this one, like I said, is Jack Benny TV and Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Thanks so much for swinging by. Wish us luck.
The Jack Benny Program. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the many countries Jack visited last summer during his European vacation was romantic Italy, and much of his time was spent in the beautiful city of Rome. Eternal Rome, cradle of the arts, with its forum, the Colosseum, its famous fountains. Rome, where day and night thousands of visitors arrive from all over the world.
You know, dear, I read that tonight Jack is doing one of the films he made while he was over in Europe last summer.
That's right, honey. Tonight we're going to see what happened to Jack while he was in Rome.
Oh, look, Don. Isn't Rome a beautiful city?
It certainly is.
And isn't that the Fountain of Trevi?
Uh-huh. There's the Forum. Oh, and there's the Colosseum. Oh, and there's the airport where Jack arrived.
Well, it didn't take us long to get through customs, did it?
No. It was a great idea arriving in Rome in the evening and then up bright and early in the morning go sightseeing.
Yes, sir.
I wonder what I did with those baggage checks.
You know, when you arrive in a big city late at night, it has its advantages because, you know, when you're as well known as I am, then you can sort of sneak in and... No, for heaven's sakes.
What's the matter?
For once, I thought I could get into a town without everybody knowing I'm here. Oh, well, I might as well get it over with. Let me have your pen, will you?
bella. Tenore di Milano.
Who does he think he is?
Why don't you get his autograph and find out?
Mary, I didn't come to Rome to get autographs.
Well, I'll find out for you.
I'm going to buy a guide. On this, guidebook. Yes. Gracias.
Well, I got it. Here it is.
Who is he?
His name is Vittorio Rossetti.
Means nothing to me.
Please, will you follow me to the taxi, senor?
Say, who's this fellow Vittorio Rossetti?
Oh, he is the most famous opera singer in all Italy.
Oh.
Usually when he arrives in Rome, oh, such a commotion. But tonight he kind of sneak in.
I'm sneaking in.
You snuck in better than he did.
Oh, come on.
I have a reservation here. My name is Mary Livingston.
Yes, Miss Livingston. I received your telegram 5 days ago, and I have a very nice room for you, with a sun porch and everything.
I have a reservation, too.
Your name, please.
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny. Yes, Mr. Benny. You're a very lucky fellow. The hotel, she's almost all filled up, but I have one small little room left.
One little room? But I sent for my reservation the same time she did.
Maybe so, but I just received your postcard this morning.
Jack, it's your own fault.
Yeah. Guess I should have sent it airmail.
Miss Livingston, will you please sign the register? The bellboy will take you to your room. Avete posto per me? Sì, signor. È sempre un onore averlo a nostro albergo. Grazie, grazie tanto. That is Vittorio Rossetti, the greatest opera singer in Italy.
I know.
Will you show Miss Livingston to her room, please? Sì, signor.
Well, have a good night's sleep, Jack. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay. Good night, Mary.
Night.
Mr. Benny, will you sign the register, please?
Yeah.
Show Mr. Benny to his room, please.
This way, sir.
Why is that man standing like that?
He used to be a guide at the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Nearly went to sleep without putting an entry in my diary. Now, let's see. Dear Diary, tonight I am in Rome. When I arrived at the airport, even though I sneaked in, there were over 50 people waiting just for an autograph. Huh? Who said that? I did. That was a very misleading thing you wrote in your diary. How many people were waiting for an autograph? Well, 40. How many? 20? Try again. All right, 7 or 8. And whose autograph did they really ask for? Well, some opera singer by the name of Vittorio Rossetti? Yeah. Now tear out that page and write the truth. Well, okay. Wait a minute. Read it back the way you first wrote it. Dear Diary, tonight I am in Rome. When I arrived at the airport, Even though I sneaked in, there were over 50 people waiting just for an autograph. Leave it. It's only us. Good night. Tomorrow I'm really going to see this town. All I need is a good night's sleep. Oh boy, I'm really tired.
La donna mobile, una torrento, e di pensier, la 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 la.
Where's that? And when I get to a room like this, I have to be next to an opera singer. I got a headache, besides. Listen to that guy. Well, I'm going to do something about that. Room clerk, I want to make a complaint.
Complaint?
Yes. I want you to tell that guy in the next room to me to stop singing.
The room next to you, Snorbert. You mean Vittorio Rossetti?
That's the guy.
You're the first man who wants Vittorio to stop singing. He's a wonderful tenor. In fact, he has so many fans, tonight he had to sneak into town.
I know.
Rossetti will soon be popular in your country, too. Next month, he gives big concert in Carnegie Hall, New York, for $10,000.
$10,000?
See? Only a year ago, he couldn't afford to pay the rent to live here. One day, an American came over. Well, he had the same room as you have. He heard Vittorio sing, he put him on the contract. Ever since, Vittorio and this American make over $1 million.
Look, I don't care what he means. I've got to get some rest, so tell him to cut out singing.
Oh, Senor, he's such an important man, we cannot do that. Anyway, he's checking out of the hotel in the morning. It will only be for one night.
Well, all right. See that it is. I could have sworn it leans the other way. You knew?
Yes, Jack. I hate to disillusion you, but that's only a song about 3 coins in the fountain.
All right. Now, where are we going?
Well, there's a place called Hotel Baroni's. I hear they have wonderful gloves, and I'd like to buy a pair.
Where is it?
Well, the room clerk at the hotel gave me the address. Here it is here. 45 Via Marguta, right off the Piazza di Spagna.
Well, that's near the Spanish Steps.
Oh, and wait a minute. Have you got some change that I can give the cab driver?
Pick out whatever you want.
Okay, I'll take this, this. Wait a minute. These coins are wet.
Only a song, huh? Well, where is it?
Well, I don't know. Let's go down to the corner. Maybe it's there.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I'm not going to walk all over Rome aimlessly. I didn't have any sleep last night. If we're going someplace, let's find out where it is. Now, ask somebody.
Okay. Oh, mister,
Prego?
could you please tell me where Baroni's glove shop is?
Il negozio di Baroni, mi guardi. Sì, sì, sopra la scalinata, signora. Ma non sono certo esattamente.
Thank you.
Well, did you get it?
I don't know. All it said, first we have to go to the top of the stairs.
Okay.
I wonder where it could...
Mary, stop wondering and ask somebody else.
Okay. Oh, Signora, Vika, would you please tell me where Baroni's glove shop is? Ah, look at lei scende le scale.
But we were just down there. They told us it was up here, up the steps.
No, lei deve scendere, no?
Thank you. Grazie.
I guess the first man made a mistake.
Yeah,
Come on, let's go. Jack, why don't we go to the corner like I suggested before?
Because I'm not going any place till I find out exactly where it is. Now, give me that piece of paper. I'll ask them. Oh, mister, come here a minute, will you please? You tell me where Baroni's glove shop.
Baroni.
Baroni, il negozio di quanto
Mary, I'm not going up those steps again until I'm sure.
But Jack, those two people said it was the top of those stairs.
I don't care if a dozen people said so. I'm not going up until I'm absolutely positive.
Well, okay, then I'm going alone.
All right, go. Mary, when you get up there, ask somebody. And if that's where it is, wave to me. Then I'll come up.
Oh, pardon me. Well, the beauty, signora. Oh, they're beautiful. Ooh, a bee. Ooh.
Well, she found out where it is.
Could you please tell me where Baroni's glove shop is? Oh, Baroni, sì.
All right, where is it?
The bottom of the stairs.
The bottom of the stairs. wave to me.
I didn't wave at you.
What?
Oh, there's that bee again.
Come on, let's go to Vitelli.
Okay, now I can do some shopping on the way.
Yeah. Take a little nap before Mary and I go to dinner. Boy, those steps were murder. It's impossible. The room clerk told me to check out this film. I'm gonna find out about this.
Room clerk?
Look, I thought you told me that Vittorio Rossetti was checking out of the hotel.
But, Signor Penny, Vittorio Rossetti did check out this morning.
This morning? And who's got that room next to me now?
That is Emilio Garibaldi, a wine salesman who stays here whenever he comes to town.
Well, I don't care who he is. Now, you tell him to stop singing, or I'll... Jack. Huh? Hang up the phone. But I want to make him stop singing. Hang up the phone. You know, just trying to get a little rest. We got more important things to do. The room clerk said that Vittorio Rossetti and his agent made over $1 million. I know. Well, this fella sings as well as Rossetti. Don't you get it? If you sign up this wine salesman, you'll make a lot of money, too. Say, you're pretty smart. Go ahead and talk to him. Yeah. I'll do that little thing right now. Mr. Garibaldi?
Si, I'm Mr. Garibaldi.
I'm Jack Benton. I have the room right next to you.
How do you do?
How do you do? Now, I'm in show business in the United States, and I have a proposition. May I come in?
Please do.
Thank you.
What's the proposition?
Well, I want to bring you to America and make a great opera star.
Me? You want to make an opera star out of me? With my voice?
Get that modesty. I got it. Now, here's my plan. You'll come back to the United States with me. I'll be your agent. And together we'll make a fortune.
A fortune?
And you're very lucky that I discovered you. You see, most agents take 50%. I'll only take 30. How am I doing? I just thought it over, and I'll take only 20%. Now, here's what we're going to do. Tomorrow, I'll get in touch with you. I'm going to take him to America and make $1 million.
Well, why would an opera singer sign with you?
That's just it. He's not an opera singer. He's a wine salesman.
Well, I hope you didn't take advantage of him.
I gave him a sensational deal. The only thing is, he couldn't leave the country for about 3 or 4 months until he got rid of all of his wine. So I bought up all the wine he had, 60 barrels of it. I gave him $3,000.
You bought 60 barrels of wine?
Mary, I know what I'm doing. I'll get it all back on the first concert. You gotta think every minute. Come in. Ah, Mr. Garibaldi. I want you to meet Miss Livingston.
How do you do? Signor Benny, I called the wine company and told them that the 60 barrels of wine now belong to you.
Good. And look, now that we're partners, how about singing a song for us?
I'd be glad to. What would you like to hear?
Oh, I don't know. Say something from Rigoletto.
Rigoletto. All right.
Mary, get a load of this.
donna mobile, qual più malvento, muta d'accento.
Clear your throat.
She's clear.
What happened to your voice?
I always sing like this.
But before I came into your room, your voice was beautiful.
Ah, that wasn't me. I was playing a record on my phonograph.
A record?
Yes, my favorite singer, Vittorio Rossetti.
Victoria Rossetti?
Now, that's a singer that's not...
I know. What have I done? Must be $3,000.
When does the boat sail? Oh, give me a home where we
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first...
Thanks for the dinner, Jack. It was wonderful. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
And please forget about that opera singer. You've been grumbling for 2 days.
How can I forget about it? It cost me $3,000.
Well, you didn't throw the money away after all. You own 60 barrels of wine.
Yeah, that's right. Good night, Mary.
Good night.
From Television City in Hollywood, the Jack Benny program with his special guest Sarah Churchill, presented by Lucky Strike.
Light up, Lucky, it's light up time.
Be happy, go lucky, it's light up time.
For the taste that you like, light up a Lucky Strike. Relax. It's light up time.
There's a time and a place for everything. And the right time for a Lucky is any time you want to enjoy a great cigarette. And the right place for a Lucky is wherever you happen to be at the time. You'll always enjoy Luckies because Luckies taste better. Lucky Strike is made of fine, naturally good-tasting tobacco. And it's toasted to taste better, cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Yes, sir. Lucky's taste better. Anytime, anywhere. So right now, light up a Lucky. It's light up time. Enjoy the best tasting cigarette you ever smoked.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Lucky Strike program. Well, here it is, the end of January, and I'll bet that all of you people, or most of you, have been doing just what I've done. I mean, every time you make out a check, you still put last year's date on it. You know, 1955. Matter of fact, yesterday was the first time that I put 1956 on a check. That was the exact price of a suit that I bought. 1956. It was the full price. I mean, there was no sales tax or anything because they don't have that down in Tijuana. I don't know. I'm a sucker for imported things. But this suit, of course, you get the most terrific bargains in Tijuana that you've ever heard of. This suit that I bought was made out of a toreador's cape. Wonderful suit. It had 3 buttons and 4 buttonholes. That extra hole is where the bull got it. Well, so much for international trade. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to change the subject, and I'm sure I have your permission, in a few weeks from now, I'm going to England to film some television shows that are going to be done over here, going to be shown here, you see. And it's the first time that I've ever been to England to do TV shows. I've played there many, many times at the London Palladium. And, you know, I found out one thing, that when you play the Palladium in London, I've been there many, many times, that you have to be aggressive over there, not only on the stage, but in your social activities, too, and I'm not. Like, for instance, what I mean is, like, when Danny Kaye plays in London, he gets to meet all the dignitaries and the members of Parliament, and, he meets the royal family, and they come to see him, and he's invited to Buckingham Palace, and, I don't know, when Bob Hope plays there, he has lunch with the Duke of Edinburgh, and, you know, these things never seem to happen to me. They almost happen. Almost, but not quite. Well, I'll tell you something you won't believe. The last time I played London, I was invited to have dinner at number 9 Downing Street. But when I'm there, of course, doing my TV shows, I'm going to have guest stars more than one of my stars. One of my guests is going to be that very, very talented actress and the lovely daughter of Sir Winston Churchill. And she happens to be here today, and I'd like you to meet her, Miss Sarah Churchill. Sarah, I want to tell you how very, very happy I am that you're going to be on my shows with me in London, and I hated to make you come down here, but I did want my audience to see you.
Well, Jack, you know, it's my pleasure, and I've had such fun here today because everybody's been so nice to me. Oh, especially the fellow who insisted on buying me lunch. Now, there's a nice chap for you. Stout fellow.
Stout fellow. I love those British expressions. Yeah?
Oh, well, I didn't mean it to be. I was just referring to Don Wilson.
Oh, yeah, you mean 16 tons. Yeah. Well, tell me, Sarah, how does your father feel about your theatrical career? I mean, does he approve?
Well, yes, I think so. Well, anyway, he's always encouraged me every step of the way. Of course, it wasn't easy in the beginning because I only played such small parts and only occasionally, but of course, in the last few years here, I've had some wonderful acting roles on television and the stage.
Yes, and now you're going to be a guest in London on my television show, huh?
Yes. My father wrote me the nicest note when he found out about it.
Really? What did he say?
Never has so much been sacrificed for so little.
Well, I must say your daddy certainly has a quick mind. He's really very, very active.
Oh, yes, he is. He really is. He's an enormous enthusiasm for life. It doesn't matter what he's doing, whether he's painting or writing or walking around the farm. He's always busy. You know, I think that's the reason he stays so young.
Well, that's wonderful.
By the way, what is your formula, Jack, for so young?
I lie a little. But Sarah, you don't have to be active, you see, doing that. Sarah, I want to tell you again how very glad I am you're going to be with me.
Oh, yes, I'm very excited about it. You know, I remember our first meeting in England. It was in Trafalgar Square, and you were telling me about your appearance at the Palladium and how you were such a sensation and such a terrific hit that they wanted to hold you over for an extra 2 weeks.
Funny, strange, I don't remember our being introduced.
Oh, we weren't. You were just stopping people at random.
Yeah. Now I recall. Yeah.
And then by some strange coincidence, I saw you again the very next evening. My father and I were looking out of the window, and we saw you going into the house next door. You know, number 9, Downing Street.
That's right. I was there for dinner. Did you know the people?
Oh, yes, very well. They were our help.
Well, they were certainly wonderful to me. Now, Sarah, you know, when you and I were discussing doing our shows over in London, you were now that they have TV commercials over there, you were explaining to me, and rightly so, that these commercials should be adapted so that they fit English audiences. You remember that?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I gave it a lot of thought, and I prepared a number that I think might be good for an English audience, and I want you to see it.
Oh, I'd love
I prepared with the Sportsman Quartet, you know.
Oh,
And we'll stand over there and watch it, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, the Sportsman.
Before we start, there is something you should know. It's that the characters we mention are fictitious by intention. And should there be similarity, they show to any living dog or Englishman you know.
It's purely coincidental, by Jove.
Mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the midday sun. The Japanese don't care to, the Chinese wouldn't dare to.
The Hindus and Argentines sleep soundly from 12 to 1.
But Englishmen detest a siesta.
In the Philippines, they have lovely screens to protect you from the glare.
In the Malay states, they have hats like plates which the Britishers won't wear.
At 12 noon, the natives swoon and no further work is done. But mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the midday sun. Yes, mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the midday sun.
The toughest bones bandit could never understand.
In Hong Kong, they strike the gong and fire up a noonday gun. Reprimand each inmate who's in late.
In a mangrove swamp with a python swamp, there's peace from 12 till 2.
Even caraboos lie around and snooze, for there's nothing else to do.
In Bengal, to move at all is seldom if ever done. But mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the midday sun. Englishmen go out in the midday sun. But that's enough of joking. It's time to mention smoking. From Times Square to Piccadilly, Lucky's the smoke they like.
It comes from Carolina, it's finer.
Quite right.
For the best smoke yet in a cigarette, it's the same the whole world over. The one they like is a Lucky Strike from Nottingham to Dover. It's Lucky's for better taste, it's smooth as a smoke can be. So pop on an LSMFT, 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 pop on an LSMFT for the smoke you like.
Well, Sarah, do you think that commercial would appeal to our English viewers?
Well, I don't really know, Jack. So few of our mad dogs have television.
Well, I can change it after we get over there.
By the way, just who are you taking with you to England?
Well, I'll take probably Don Wilson and Mary and, you know, some of my cast, and then some of my musicians like Charlie Bagby and Frank Remley over there.
Yes, something I wanted to ask you. I hear you refer so often to Frank Remley. Is it true? I mean, does he really imbibe as much as you say?
Imbibe?
You know, that means...
I know what it means. But I think imbibe is too nice a word to use, you know, when you're referring to someone who has spent 2/3 of his life on his hands and knees. You see, Frank Remley, when he was 6 months old, he learned how to crawl, and that was it. Now, see, who else am I taking over? probably be with me in Rochester.
Oh, yes, that's the other thing I wanted to ask you. I mean, how long has Rochester been with you?
With me? Well, I'd say about 18 years.
18 years. Oh, that's wonderful. You know, he's very popular in England. And a lot of people there have often wondered just how it was that you met him. I mean, how did he start to go to work for you?
Well, Sarah, that's quite an interesting story. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes.
Well, about 18 years ago, I was on a train coming from Los Angeles, or from Chicago, rather, to Los Angeles. In those days, it took about 4 days and 3 nights, you see. And it was the morning of the day that we arrived in Los Angeles.
Well, Henry, what'll it be this time? High, low, draw, spit in the ocean, or Central Avenue stud?
Central Avenue stud?
Yeah.
What kind of game is that?
Everything is wild but the 3 of hearts.
No kidding.
Yeah, once I had 7 aces and lost. Hey, Henry, you look a little tired.
Yeah, you'd be tired too if you had kids running up and down the aisle of your car for 3 days.
Well, I haven't got kids, but I got a man in upper 6 that really keeps me hopping. Every time I turn around. Porter! Porter! There he goes again. I'll be right back. Yes, sir.
Porter, did you send out those telegrams like I asked you to?
Oh, yes, sir.
And did you shine my shoes?
Yes, sir.
Fine.
Here they are right in.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Did you get me the morning paper?
Yes, sir. Right in.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Porter, wait a minute.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Just a minute. There you are. Sew that button on this coat.
Oh, what do you want this time?
You want me to sew this button on his coat?
That's all right. Maybe when we get off the train, he'll give you a nice gratuity.
Gratuity?
Yeah, that means...
Oh, I know what it means, but that's too nice a word to waste on a man who left an asparagus tip for a waiter. You know, that Mr. Benny's the deal. You should have seen him at that stopover back in Albuquerque. Oh, man, you should have seen him. It was real an education to see him bargaining with the Indians over those blankets.
Oh, yeah? Did he buy any of them?
Buy? He was selling.
That's amazing. Well, where did he get the blanket?
In Albuquerque. He'd buy on one side of the train and sell on the other. Oh, man, what a smooth operator. He had those Indians believing he was Chief Sitting Bull.
All right, boys, break it up. I don't mind a little card, but I just came through your car, Henry. The aisles are a mess.
Okay, sir, I'll get at it right away.
Rochester, can't you do something about upper 6? I noticed the curtain's been closed since we pulled out of Chicago.
Well, that's Mr. Benny's berth, and he told me to keep the curtains closed.
Oh, he told you. I thought it was a request from the other passengers. Anyway, he's not in charge of this car. You are. Now see that that berth is made up.
Yeah.
First call for lunch. First call for lunch.
How? Hope the train gets in on time. Gosh, I'm going to the diner. I'm hungry.
What about me?
John, you stick your big fat head in there.
But, Jack, I've been hiding in here for 3 days.
John, look.
You're supposed to pay all my expenses when we travel.
I did. I bought 2 tickets. One for me and one for you.
Then why do I have to hide?
Because if the conductor sees you, the ticket won't be any good. You look over 12. Get back in there. And shave. Always complaining. A lovely Pullman and always complaining.
Oh, Mr. Benny, now that you're out, I can make up your birthday.
No.
No, but the conductor told me to. I've got to make it up.
No, I'm sorry, but my son is still sleeping.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but I've got to make it up. Oh, Mr. Benny, calm down. 12 years old?
He has a thyroid condition.
See, Daddy, I told you it wouldn't work.
Are you getting... Now look. Oh, Porter, by the way, what's your name?
Rochester Van Jones.
Rochester? Well, that's an unusual name. Were you born in Rochester?
No, Syracuse.
Well, then why didn't they call you Syracuse?
That's my brother's name.
Well, now look, Rochester.
I got a sister named Minneapolis.
Oh, she was born in Minneapolis.
No, Pittsburgh.
Why didn't they call her Pittsburgh?
That's a man's name.
Well, now look, Rochester.
Now, there's 8 more of us kids. You want to go?
No. There's no use making a fuss about this thing. Let's keep this just between the two.
No, but I can't do that. You see, that's the rules.
Oh, rules. When we get off the train, we'll be in Los Angeles pretty soon. I'll give you a nice gratuity.
Gratuity?
Yes. That means...
Oh, I know what it means. I'm just worried about your conception. Hey, look, if I don't report this to the conductor, I'll lose my job.
He's right, Jack. He's right. You tried to smuggle me through here on a half-fare ticket, you got caught with it, and now you have to face it.
Oh, never mind.
How?
Don't make a big fuss about this thing. We'll just keep it in between the two of us.
Yeah, but if I do that, I'm liable to lose my job.
You will? I know, but look at it. I know, when we came from Chicago, see, I didn't mind it. We got from Chicago, but as long as we're nearly here, then we're all right. We can make it up then. I can pay.
Well, we'll be in Los Angeles soon. We go through that next tunnel. We're 1 hour out.
Well, that's what I mean. We'll be in the tunnel pretty soon. Now, believe me, Rochester. Look, don't say anything. See? And everything will work out just fine. Don't let the conductor know. We're in the tunnel now.
Say, well, it might be a lot of fun putting one over on that old sourpuss.
Well, of course it will. And look, we'll keep it just between us. The deal, huh?
Okay, Mr. Benny, it's a deal.
All right, let's shake.
All right.
You? Yes, me. The old sourpuss. Drop fire! Now get your things and get ready to leave. As for you, I'm picking this up with the station master as soon as we get in. You won't get off this train till you pay the full fare. Hello, Sonny.
Everything will be all right just as soon as we get into the...
Go to the diner.
All right, go. Rochester, I'm really terribly sorry about this whole thing.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Benny. I'll probably find another job. Of course, things are a little rough right now.
Yeah, and I kind of feel responsible for this whole thing. It's my... Say, listen, how would you like to work for me?
Work for you?
Yeah. I've always wanted a butler. And you'll have an easy job. I mean, there'll be a lot of time on your hands.
Say, that sounds pretty good. I think I'd like that.
All right, you're hired.
Well, before I start to work, don't you think we ought to discuss money?
Well, yes. What do you think would be a fair salary?
Oh, I ain't gonna get that. Let's start someplace else.
Well, you see, we understand each other already. We'll get along fine. Well, anyway, we'll be in Los Angeles in about 10 minutes, so I'm going into the diner.
Okay.
What about me?
Dennis, get your head in there. They don't know about you yet. How? If they ever find out that's Remley, I'm really in trouble.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first, here's a word from cigarette smokers.
Light up for lucky.
It's light up time.
Be happy, go lucky.
It's light up time.
For the taste that you like, light up for Lucky Strike.
Relax.
It's light up time.
Why is it when folks are stepping out, you so often see Lucky's going along? It's just that Lucky's always taste better. That's because they're made of fine tobacco. Naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco that's toasted. That's right. It's toasted to taste even better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Next time you're going out, take a pack of Lucky's along with you. You'll say they're the best-tasting cigarette you ever smoked.
For the taste that you like, light up for Lucky Strike.
Right now.
Light up a Lucky. It's light up time.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm certainly glad that Miss Churchill asked me how I discovered Rochester. Or not, we'd have had a very short show. I really forgot my lines in the middle. We'd have had a very long show. But anyway, once again, I would like Miss Churchill to come out.
But there's just something I didn't remember you telling him how much salary you were going to pay him.
Well, 18 years ago, we haggled a little bit, and we finally settled. Yes. But, anyway, I do want to thank you very, very much, Sarah, and I'm so glad we're going to be together in London, really.
Oh, yes, I shall look forward to it
do with
enormously.
this?
Are you going to spend all of your time in England?
No. I'll go to other places. I'll go to Paris, probably, and Rome, and Madrid. And I don't want to miss that wedding at Monaco. I'm going to that.
Oh, did you receive an invitation from Prince Rainier?
Well, not exactly, but when I made out the invitations, I saved one for myself. Well, thanks again, Sarah. It was lovely.
Thank you, Jack.
I found out another thing about when you're appearing in England, that, when you're not permitted to bring your money back here. As a matter of fact, the last time I played in London, I had to leave my money over there, but I left it in a safe place. I buried it in Westminster Abbey. Most tourists go around with cameras. I carry a shovel. But as I said before, that I'm not only going to London, I'm going to be in Paris and Rome, and I was going to Venice. I love Venice, with the beautiful watered streets and everything. Then I decided not to go because 2 days ago we had Venice over here. Fortunately, I was very, very fortunate. I was the only one who lived in Beverly Hills who owned a gondola. I had a sing a little, but it was fun. And ladies and gentlemen, once and for all, I do want to apologize for the way I've been talking for years about Frank Remley and the boys in the orchestra. I always accuse them of carousing around and drinking and carrying on. And believe me, I only do this for a gag. It's just jokes because they're a bunch of wonderful boys, real lovely family men, wonderful citizens, and really stalwart workers in civic affairs, And fine time for the drummer to fall off the stool. All right, boys, pick 'em up. No medication this time. See, during rehearsal, one of the rehearsals, he fell off the stool, and all the rest of the musicians hollered, "Give him an MD, an MD." I found out later that meant a bottle of Mogan David. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday, watch Aunt Southern. I'll be back in 2 weeks.
Appearing on tonight's program are Roy Flynn, Will Wright, Benny Rubin, and George Comfort. Remember, 1 week from tonight on this same station, be sure and watch Ann Southern and Private Secretary. Jack Benny's next television show will be in 2 weeks.
Filter smokers, the whole town's talking about filter tip Tarleton because all the pleasure comes through. The taste is great. Yes, filter tip Tarleton with the pearl gray activated charcoal filter smokes milder, smokes smoother, draws easier. Filter tip Tarleton is the best in filtered smoking. Remember, all the pleasure comes through. The taste is great.
The Jack Benny program has been brought to you by the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes. The Jack Benny program has been selected for viewing by our armed forces overseas.
Rochester, how's everything going?
Oh, I'm almost finished.
Yeah, you know, this might be a very interesting program. I mean, imagine the studio doing a whole hour television show about the story of my life, you know?
Boss, there's so many celebrities in Hollywood. How come they picked you?
I wasn't exactly their first choice, you see, but they found out that mine was the only life they wouldn't have to censor. Darn it. Well, let's see what you've got this written already, huh? Oh, for heaven's sake, Rochester, look at the way you're... Some of the words are so light I can hardly read them.
Boss, I've been asking for 2 years to buy a new ribbon.
Why should I buy a new ribbon?
Because pulling the old one out and dipping in grape juice is ridiculous.
Look, just hit the keys a little bit harder, and everything will be all right. Gosh, I'm really excited about this story. The Life of Jack Benny, Scene 1. The waiting room of the Waukegan Maternity Hospital. Suddenly, the door leading from the delivery room opens, and the doctor steps into the room. Jack's father, excitedly grabbing the doctor by the lapel, says, "Doctor, doctor, what is it?" The doctor says, "It's a boy." Jack's father, "A boy? That's wonderful. I'll call him Jackie. How much do I owe you?" Doctor says, "Nothing. Jackie already paid me." Rochester, this isn't the way I wrote it. I mean, who put that in?
I did. I thought it might be better if we start with a laugh.
Look, the programs don't always have to start with a laugh. All they have to do is be interesting.
We were interesting with our last sponsor, and he dropped us.
Oh, Rochester, answer that, will you? I got to go and put my coat on, and I've got to go down to the studio and cast this show, you know, for my life.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, come on.
Hello, Rochester. Benny here?
Oh, yeah, he's here.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, I'm just typing the story of Mr. Benny's life.
Oh, yes. He told me all about it. Well, let's see what he has here. Well, he starts out from the time he was born, and then when he started to go to school. When I was 8 years old, I received my first violin. 2 years later, I left Waukegan to attend the conservatory in Chicago. Rochester, do you think Mr. Benny really attended the conservatory?
He must have, because nobody can conserve like he does without taking lessons.
Hi, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack. I've just been looking over the script Rochester's been typing.
Oh, the story of my life, huh?
Yeah.
Do you mention me in it?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, do I mention you in it? Well, naturally. I mean, and the way I dramatize it. Oh, it's just beautiful. I tell about the first time you came to work for me, the early days of radio, you know? Remember years ago, you worked for me then, and I remember when you first started, I gave you $5 a week and your meals. Remember that?
Yeah. Gosh, I wish I had that deal again.
Well, you're not going to get it, brother. I'll get it, Russ.
Telegram for Mr. Jack Benny.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. See who this is from. Oh, Don, it's from the mayor of my hometown, Waukegan, Illinois. You know, this is an answer to a letter I sent him. You see, I want him to be on this television show about my life.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. It says, Dear Mr. Benny, it is a great honor and privilege to represent the city of Waukegan in the story of your life. To assist me in formulating a suitable speech, Mr. Benny, please send me the following information. When were you born in Waukegan? How long did you live here? When did you leave? And what type of business are you in?
Jack, he doesn't even know you.
He does, too. I mean, he was always a great kidder, this fella. Well, I have no answer, so you may go. What are you waiting for?
Well, I don't like to mention it, but when one delivers a telegram, it's customary for one to get a tip.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry.
The amount you may choose to give me is entirely up to you.
Yes, I know, of course.
In a matter like this, why, I wouldn't want to influence you in any way.
No, I understand that.
Do you mind if I use your phone for just a minute?
No, go right ahead.
Well, thank you very much.
Let's see. Change. I thought I had smaller change than this.
Hello, Martha. This is Hyman. How's Grandma feeling? Not any better, huh? Well, what can we do? I know. Can't afford to buy medicine for the baby either. Martha, if we spend that money for medicine, we won't be able to buy any food. Huh? What? The landlord was over? What'd he say? He's only going to give us 2 more days. Well, I'll try to see what I can do, Martha. Keep up your courage.
Boy, control yourself. Come on, carefully. Control yourself. Here's the tip.
Oh, gee, thank you, mister. Oh, no. For a lousy time I just wasted a routine I could have sold to Betty Davis. How do you like that?
Jack, you only gave him a dime?
He didn't go to conservatory for nothing.
Rochester, please. Now, Don, I hate to have to leave you like this, but I must get down to the studio and cast the show.
All right.
I want to get the right people in.
Right ahead. See you later.
Good morning, Miss Gordon.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Benny. Several people are waiting in the outer office in answer to your casting call.
Oh, wonderful. Now, you step out there, and will you send them in as I asked for them?
Yes, I made a list of the characters that you have to cast. Looks like it's going to be an expensive show.
Let's see, an actor to play my father, an actress to play my mother, an actor to play the doctor, someone to play me when I was a little boy. This will be expensive. Let's see, who can I eliminate here? Well,
Well, Mr. Benny, you've scratched out the doctor. Aren't you going to hire an actor to play the part of the doctor?
no, I'll send for a real one and charge it to my hospital plan. Now, Miss Gordon, will you please send whoever's out there to audition the part of my father?
Yes,
Will you,
Mr.
ma'am?
Benny.
I hope you have someone.
Yes, we have.
Okay, good.
Won't you come in, sir?
Oh, I did it, sir. I did. Sit right down here. Now, you understand you're here to audition the part of my father. And you are about his height. I mean, you could play the part, I imagine. What's your name?
Kevin O'Houlihan.
Next. Well, I'm sorry. Don't feel too bad about it. You know, Barry Fitzgerald wouldn't get the part either. Neither would Sesha Hayakawa, so don't. Maybe some other time, eh? Fine. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny, there are no other actors here to audition for the part of your father.
Oh, well, let's see. Who do we have to have next here, then? Let me see. Oh, I'll tell you. Oh, I want, have you got a girl to play the part of Mildred Holmquist?
Mildred Holmquist?
Yes. Oh, she's the girl I first went with, my first sweetheart, in Waukegan, Illinois. And she, well, she wasn't too pretty, but there was something about her that attracted me to her, you know. And of course, she was much younger than I am. Is there anyone, have you anyone to play that?
Yes, one. I'll send her in.
Fine, thank you. Let's see.
Oh, won't you come in, please?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello. Hello.
Would it be all right if I sat down?
Well, you know that dress better than I do. Sit right here. Sit right down there.
I understand that I'm to audition for the part of your first girlfriend.
Yes. Her name was Mildred Holmquist.
Well, am I the type?
No, but I can rewrite the part. You know, Mildred Holmquist, this is, you know, this girl that I used to go with. She was rather pretty, and she, well, I don't know. We went together for a long time, you know, and I don't know. I'll never forget the first time she ever kissed me. Gosh, it was so exciting, you know. Gosh, I never will forget it, I think.
Did she kiss you like this?
Hello? No, you can't talk to him now. He's reminiscing. Yes, I'll be glad to tell him when he comes to.
Well, Mr. Benny, do I get the part?
You'd get the part if your name was Kevin O'Houlihan. The only thing is, you know, it is a rather difficult role, and I think we should rehearse every day.
Well, I don't think that's too necessary. I've been doing this type of thing quite often.
Well, I know, but I haven't. Anyway, you'll be absolutely wonderful in it, and you're really suited to the part. And thank you. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny, this is your office.
Oh! Anyway, I'll see you at the rehearsal.
All right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, Miss Gordon.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
I've cast the part of my sweetheart, Mildred Holmquist. The young lady who was just in here is going to play it.
Can she act, or am I clouding the issue?
She'll be fine. Now, let's see, who else do we have to cast? Oh, I have to have someone to play me as a little boy, you see, and then an elderly lady to play the part of my mother.
Well, which one would you like to cast first?
Maybe the elder lady first, for my mother. Is there someone out there?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Okay.
Won't you come in, please?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Sit right down here. As you know, you're going to audition to play the part of my mother, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. And I feel I can play the part very well because I came from Waukegan, too.
Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't know that. What's your name?
Mildred Holmquist.
Mildred, don't you remember me?
Why, Stinky Benny!
Yeah! Mildred, it's so good to see you again. Oh, listen, what are you doing in Los Angeles?
I'm visiting my grandchildren.
Oh, for heaven's sake, isn't that wonderful? Well, I'm going to tell you something. You got the part. Oh. You're going to play the part of my mother, and you'll be just great in it, too. And I'll see you at rehearsal.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, Mildred, remember the first time I asked your father for your hand?
Yes. I had $1 in it.
Gosh, it's hardly changed a bit. Miss Gordon, will you send in the little boy now, please?
Mr. Benny, this is Jimmy Evans. He's been in pictures and on television.
Oh, hello, Jimmy.
Hi.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, Jimmy, you know the part that I'm casting, do you?
Yes, sir. I'm supposed to play the part of you when you were a little boy.
That's right. That's exactly it. And I'll bet you'll be wonderful in it.
Thank you.
naturally, before we sign the contract, we would have to discuss salary, you see. Is your mother or father here with you?
No, sir. They're not here.
Oh, they're not. I see. Well, there you are. Now, Jimmy, as to salary...
You'll have to discuss that with my agent.
Wait a minute. You have an agent?
Yes, sir. And he's here with me.
Your agent is here with you?
Yes, sir.
Miss Gordon, will you please send in Jimmy's agent?
This way, sir.
You're Jimmy's agent?
Yes, sir. The name is Harry Johnson.
Now, how do you do, Mr. Johnson?
You sit over there. I'll take over now.
Isn't he cute? Well, Mr. Johnson.
Now, Mr. Benny, I understand you want to use my client on one of your television shows.
That's right. That's right, I do. He's supposed to play me as a little boy. And now, you being his agent, what do you think I should pay him? I mean, what do you think would be a fair salary?
$2,000.
$2,000?
You still think I'm cute? Don't stand there bleeding. Say something.
Oh, wait a minute. I think $2,000 is a lot of money.
Well, he's been in television all his life.
All his life?
I was born on the medic program.
I still think that $2,000 is too much money.
Well, that's his salary. You know, these kids can't live on lollipops.
Well, now, wait a minute. Now, in the first place, I don't think the part is big enough to pay $2,000.
Well, while you're thinking, do you mind if I look over the clauses in the contract?
No, I got it here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, here.
Thank you.
There it is, right there. What's the matter?
Same old legal mumbo-jumbo. Now, Mr. Benny, I'd like to add a few things to this contract.
Yeah?
Anytime my client rehearses for over 4 hours, I want him paid time and a half.
Time and a half?
And should rehearsal go beyond 6 o'clock, then you have to pay for his dinner.
What are you talking?
Also taxi fare to and from the studio.
Now, wait a minute. First, you want $2,000 for this kid's appearance. Then you want me to pay overtime, and then his food, and his taxi bill. Well, let me tell you something. You're the most grasping, greedy, conniving, miserly person I've ever met.
Well... Come on, Jimmy. We can't do any business here. Sort of think you overdid it. No, I didn't. Come on.
Wait a minute. Hold it. I just thought of something. Miss Gordon, will you please come in and witness the signing of a contract?
You see, you gotta be rough with these guys.
Well, Miss Gordon, I found the fellow to play me as a little boy.
Well, congratulations, Jimmy.
No, not him. Him!
Him? Are you sure you cast the right boy?
Am I sure? Why, this kid could be my own flesh and blood. Come on, Harry, sign the contract. There you are.
Just call me Blue Eyes.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first,
Well, we finally cast everybody for my big spectacular, except the fella who's supposed to play me as I am today. Now, I brought up names like Tony Curtis, Jack Lemmon, Fabian. But they decided on Yasha Heifetz. When I say they decided, I mean Tony Curtis, Jack Lemmon, and Fabian.
And this is Don Wilson saying good night. From Hollywood, the Jack Benny program with his special guest star, Tennessee Ernie Ford. Brought to you by...
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. You know, if I seem to be a little bit tired tonight, it's because, well, every year at this time, I throw a party for the boys in the orchestra. See? And last night they all came over at the house, and just to make the party a little bit different, I thought I'd try something new. So as each one walked in, I put a blindfold on them. But it didn't work. They found the liquor anyway. Our radar system should work that well. But we had a lot of fun sitting around the table eating ham and turkey and roast beef. That is all except Sammy, the drummer. You see, he's a vegetarian. He was out on the front lawn grazing. He looked so ridiculous there, down on all fours, munching. And just so the neighbors wouldn't talk, we pinned a tail on him. With all those flies around him, it fooled everybody. Oh, and I must tell you about Frankie Remley, the guitar player. You see, socially, he is very self-conscious. You know, he doesn't want people to know how much he actually drinks. So every time he had a martini, he took the olive pit and threw it out of the window. I don't know how many pits he threw out, but by the time the party broke up, you see, we couldn't get the cars out of the driveway. I'm kind of glad you laughed at that joke, because that shows you're in the mood for the rest of my program. You know, ladies and gentlemen, for my guest star tonight, I have a young fellow who has one of the great personalities of television, and yet I have never had an opportunity to work with him before. He has a beautiful singing voice, and his folksy style has endeared him to millions of viewers. And it gives me great pleasure to present to you...
Just a minute, Jack, just a minute.
What is it, Don?
Jack, what are you doing?
I'm introducing Tennessee Ernie Ford.
Oh, no, Jack, you can't introduce him yet. We haven't got the wires cleared to Lakeport, California.
What do I care about Lakeport, California? I mean, how many viewers have I got there?
Look, Jack, you don't seem to understand. That's where Ernie Ford is right now. We're picking him up from there by remote control.
Remote control? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. Where's our director? Freddie?
Call me, Jack?
What is this remote control thing? I mean, why isn't Ernie Ford here in person?
You mean you didn't know? I thought everybody knew.
Everybody does know. Everybody but me. The cameraman knows. The sound man knows. I don't know anything. I'm only the star. Nobody tells me anything.
Well, don't holler at me, Jack. Is it my fault if nobody talks to you?
Don't be so smart.
Oh, he's not being smart, Jack. The fact is, Ernie Ford is on his ranch at Lakeport. That's where we're picking him up.
But that's only 500 miles away. I mean, if the bus fare was involved, why didn't he tell me?
Why? It's not that, Jack. Look, Ernie works hard all week, and he likes to spend his weekends up at his farm. It's the only way we can make a deal with him.
But do you think everything will work all
Jack,
right?
Nothing's going to go wrong. Look, you're going to work with Ernie on what we call a split screen. We'll pick up Ernie through a series of electronic impulses transmitted through relay stations by high-frequency generators.
What are you laughing at?
He's explaining electronic impulses to a man who has to have Rochester tie his shoelaces.
Tie his shoelaces. Look, I may know nothing about electric impulses, see, but I do know something about show business. And when I hire guest stars, I pay them with money out of my own pocket, not out of a high-frequency generator. Now, Ernie Ford is supposed to be right here alongside of me, so nothing can go wrong.
But nothing can go wrong, Jack. Nothing will. We've got the best technicians in the business. Come on, I'll show you how the remote unit works. Come on, Jack. Come on. How you doing, fellas?
Oh, fine. I got the relay pattern all worked out. Joe, take this down now before you forget. We're going to go from Los Angeles to Santa Barbara, to Paso Robles, to Santa Maria, to Monterey.
Not so fast!
Oh, brother. Why wasn't this ready when the show started?
Oh, it was, but we found a break in the line.
Break in the line. Wow. How did this happen?
How did it happen? Someone in Pismo Beach hit it with a clam digger. How do we know how it happened?
Well, hurry it up.
Okay. I'll put this plug in here, this plug in here, and this plug in here. Ah! Oh, I got such a shock! You see what you made me do? You and your rusting.
Ready?
We're ready!
Go ahead, Jack.
You sure it'll be all right?
Go ahead. Introduce Ernie.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present my guest star, Tennessee Ernie Ford.
Hi, neighbors. Come on in. And you too, Jack.
But where are you?
Jack, what's the matter? Your face is as pale as a mildewed sheet. What? Why, Jack, your eyes is bugged out like a stomped-on toad frog. Relax. Everything's going to be all right.
But I can't see you.
Well, look right over there at that little box. That's a monitor. There you'll see me.
Well, I'll be darned. Gee, you learn something new every day.
Well, you sure do, and who knows? Time we get off the air, you may learn how to tie your own shoelaces.
Say, Ernie, I can understand picking you up on your farm, you know, in the living room or in the den. But in the barn?
Well, Jack, there's just certain things on the farm you don't do in the house. You got to get up and get out and keep going. Plow the fields, pitch the hay, churn the butter.
You mean you've got all that work to do?
You bet I have, and I want you to know that at the end of the day, I feel like I've been rode hard and put away wet.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I could say that I understood what he meant. But being a city boy, I'm not sure. Ernie, I never realized that you were a working farmer. I mean, what do you grow on your farm?
Oh, we grow corn and wheat and alfalfa and lots of things. Why?
Well, I was just wondering, have you ever thought of planting an olive grove?
Mr. B, don't go trying to wholesale me a truckload of olive pits. I've had Rimley as a house guest, too.
You mean you've got
more pits than fleas on a wet dog?
Well, Ernie, you really must have a lot of work to do on the farm then, huh?
Sure, I hope to step in your flat hat. I'm up every morning at 5 o'clock milking the cows.
5 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Gee, I don't get up till noon.
Well, I go to bed at 9.
I go to bed at 8. Ernie.
Oh, say, Jack, excuse me just a minute, please.
Where am I?
Isn't the butter churned yet?
Butter? What butter?
I'm sorry.
My washing machine broke down. I need a little more work.
Through the magic of electronic impulses, I got a guest star that comes on my show and washes his socks. Ernie, you're not supposed to do your laundry on my show. You're supposed to sing a song or something. And now you can't do it.
Oh, sure I can, Jack. I've got my guitar right back here, and I'll sing as soon as I tune it up. She's got perfect pitch. Yee, don't that make the bottom of your feet hurt? Jack, have you got your orchestra there?
Well, of course I've got... Oh, I forgot. You're in the barn and you can't smell them. Yeah, they're here, Ernie, and they'll give you an introduction.
Oh, good. Thank you.
When John Henry was a little baby, no bigger than the palm of your hand, his mommy looked down at little Johnny and said, "My Johnny gonna be a steel driving man. Yes, Johnny gonna be a steel driving man." John Henry was a steel driving man, drove steel all over the land. Before I let the steam hammer get me down, I'm gonna die with my hammer in my hand. Die with my hammer in my hand. John Henry went to the tunnel to drive, steam hammer by his side. He beat the steam hammer to the top of the hill. He laid down his hammer and he cried, Lord. Laid down his hammer and he cried. John Henry had a loving little wife. Her name was Polly Ann. Johnny got sick and he had to go to bed. Polly drove steel like a man. Yes, Polly drove steel like a man. They buried John Henry in the graveyard. They laid him down in the sand. Every time a freight train come puffing by, they'd say, yonder lies a steel driving man. Yonder lies a steel driving
Ernie, that was great. You know, that worked out a whole lot better than I... Ernie! Hey, fellas, what happened?
I don't know. We lost them.
Well, I knew this was going to happen. Well, don't just sit there. Fix it. Do something. I'm doing it. Well, put the plug in. In where? Right in here. Don't touch the wire.
Mr. Benny, we'll fix it as soon as we can.
Well, how long will it take?
I don't know. Maybe a minute.
Okay. I knew it. They always have to try something new. Always.
Oh, Jack, as long as we have to wait, I want you to meet Mr. Burns Smith. He just took out an insurance policy with State Farm.
For his pogo stick?
Oh, no, Jack, on his car.
Boy, did I save real dough.
That's right. He didn't give up a thing to get State Farm's low rates.
But Don, why is
State Farm has 7,500 agents all over the country to serve you.
I know, but Don, why is he jumping
That's
up?
why State Farm is the world's largest auto insurance company.
What did he say?
Well, he said that's why State Farm is the largest auto... Oh, that's why he said State Farm is the largest auto insurance company. But, Don, why is he jumping up and down like that?
Oh, that, Jack. Well, you see, we were walking down the street, and when I told him about all the advantages he got by insuring his car with State Farm, he just couldn't stop jumping for joy. So, to keep him from looking ridiculous, I shoved that
pogo stick under.
Well, Mr. Smith, I'm very happy to tell you that your insurance policy came through, and here it is.
Oh, well, I don't need it anymore. I'm getting along so well on this, I'm going to sell my car.
Don, I'd like to ask you something. This little commercial, was that your idea?
Yes, it was, Jack.
There goes the fattest kangaroo I ever saw.
Mr. Benny, we found the trouble. A wire came off.
Thank heaven. Ernie, where are you?
Here I am, Mr. B.
Oh, we just had a little difficulty.
Yeah, I went outside to talk to my pea picker.
Your pea picker?
Yeah. Here comes one of them now.
That's a pea picker?
Now, what do you think I've been talking about them all these years for?
I didn't know.
Well, now, I may look like a rube, but I don't think like one.
I know.
Mr. Ford, this is my sixth basket today.
You hear that, city boy? That's her sixth basket today.
Well, bless her little old pea-picking heart.
Now you go back out in the patch and pick some more.
Well, that answers the question, how are you going to keep them down on the farm? I know one thing. That Ford fella wasn't behind the door when they were rattling the shucks. I don't know what that means, but I heard him say it once on his own show.
Well, now, Jack, I don't want you to get the wrong idea about this farm. It's not all play. Last week, I just completed an experiment that will go down in poultry history. Yes, sir. We have developed a breed of chicken that lays square eggs.
Well, what good are square eggs?
Well, on Easter morning, the winner of the egg roll will certainly deserve the prize.
Say, that could even make the Olympics. Imagine a square egg.
them in 3 sizes, large, medium, and dice.
Dice?
Jack, if we could get a chicken that would throw a 7, we could fly that dude to Las Vegas, and I won't tell you.
You're all right, Ernie, all right. I mean, I asked you and you told me.
Say, Jack, let's just not stand here clacking our cluckers this way. I got a suggestion.
Clacking our cluckers? Well, we just lost Pasadena, but we picked up Arkansas. What is your suggestion?
Well, you play the violin, and I play the violin, and I thought maybe that you...
Wait a minute, you play the violin?
Oh, yes, sir. Of course, I don't play it like you do.
Oh, Ernie, you're just being modest.
I thought I was bragging. Hey, why don't we get our fiddles and give the folks a little duet?
Wait, I'll get my violin. Oh, Don, hand me my violin, will you please? There we are. Now, as soon as I tune up, we'll play something. Ernie, why don't you do something about those chickens?
I thought that was you tuning up. Hey, sounds like we got another egg coming.
Can't you keep them quiet?
Well, look, we've developed the square egg, but we still got round chicken. I better go hold her claw.
Yeah, I didn't know he was so sentimental.
Say, fellas, would you mind taking the cameras off of her? Some things are sacred, you know.
Yes, boys, watch it.
Okay, boys, turn them on. There she is, Jack. Ain't that a beauty?
There it is, folks. The first square egg ever seen on television. And you were there. Ernie, come on, get your violin and we'll play our duet.
Yes, sir.
What happened now?
We're having a little trouble with the remote unit.
Well, just keep it going for another couple of minutes. That's all we'll need. Come on, Ernie, let's go.
I'm fixing.
You lost both of them.
Stop making me so nervous.
Push in a plug.
I'm pushing.
What did you do?
I don't know.
Uncross some wires.
I'm uncrossing.
What are you doing? You got them upside down.
Stop yelling! With that lousy music, who can sing?
We'll be back in just a moment, but first...
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the show. And I'd like to bring out my guest again, Tennessee Ernie Ford. Well, Ernie, we had a lot of fun.
We sure did.
And even though we did our show here in the studio, I think the folks ought to know that you really have a pretty big farm.
Well, it's a nice place. I don't know if it's a big farm, a nice little place to go and sit, pet my possum dog.
Well, have you been living there long?
Well, no, actually, I don't live there. I live in Portola Valley, California.
Oh, Portola Valley?
Uh-huh. Just a hoop and a holler down the road from Stanford University.
A hoop and a holler?
It's a little piece.
Well, you actually live near Stanford University?
Yeah, I have to. You see, 3 days a week there, I teach English.
You teach English?
Yeah. That jarred you a little, didn't it?
Jarred me? Darn near knocked the bung out of my pickle barrel.
Good night, Jack.
Good night. Good night, folks. And I'll see you next week for Lipton Tea.
The Jack Benny Program.
Go right ahead, Mr. Smith. Read that first speech. Don't be nervous.
Yes, don't be nervous. Yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the entertainment capital of the world, we bring you the star of our show, Jack Benny. You want me to go on?
No. That's just fine. And thanks very, very much. Thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, Freddie, who's next?
Jack, you're holding up rehearsal. Now, how many more announcers are you going to audition?
I'm going to audition as many announcers as it takes to find a replacement for Don Wilson. That's how many.
Don't holler at me. You're the one that fired Don. I didn't.
You're darn right I fired him. He's going to find out he's not the only big fat slob in the world. Now, who else is on?
Big deal. 3 hours trying to find an announcer. What do you need an announcer for?
Dennis, when I'm standing in the entrance waiting to come in, I got to have somebody introduce me. I got to have somebody tell the audience that Jack Benny is coming on.
Yeah, I guess it's only fair to warn them.
Here, please, just stand on that mark. Right here? Yeah, that's right. Now, you've got the script. You start at the first speech, that introduction.
Wait a minute. Freddie.
Yeah.
Is he supposed to be a replacement for Don Wilson?
Yeah. Would you go on, please?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the entertainment capital of the world, we bring you the star of our...
Wait a minute, hold it.
What's the matter now?
Hold it, just a second. Evidently, they didn't tell you any of the requirements that were needed. You see, I want a fella that's like Don Wilson, kind of stout, you know, fat, and with several chins.
Oh, well,
You
if that's
see?
all you want, Mr. Benny. I can get fat.
Don't know what he's gonna pay you.
Well, anyway, I believe you know what I mean, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Look, why do you bring me a guy like that? You know I want a fella that looks like Don Wilson. You know, a guy that, instead of that, you bring me a man who looks like a microphone. Heaven's sakes. Now, who else have we got?
Oh, there's one more out there. Bob, would you bring in Mr. Scott, please?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Scott? Well, now we're in business. Now you're talking. I can't understand you. Here you're making me audition a lot of people that don't fit, and you got one standing out in the hall right away. He'll be fine. All right, now, Mr. Scott, we'll be ready for rehearsal in a minute. Just read that first speech.
And now, from the entertainment capital of the world, we bring you the star of our show, Jack Benny.
Is that your natural voice?
No, it isn't.
Well, why do you talk so high?
Because when I talk down here, I just...
Oh, I see. Who we got next, Freddie?
Don Wilson, I suggest you call him.
I'm not going to call Don Wilson, and that settles it. I'm not going to have Wilson.
Well, there are a couple other fellas waiting out there. They'll be in later, though. Why don't we go on with rehearsal in the meanwhile?
All right, let's start rehearsal without it. But I'm not going to have Don Wilson, and you know it. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Okay.
Boy, I haven't seen him this mad since the Academy Awards.
Which one?
All of them. I can't understand Jack, after all these years, getting so mad at Don Wilson. What happened?
You remember that party he gave at his house last week for the members of the cast and crew?
Yeah, I couldn't make it.
Yeah, I know it, but everybody else showed up, and that's where it happened. After dinner, we were all sitting in the living room. Sammy the drummer was playing that crazy instrument of his.
What would you like for an encore?
Hey, wait a minute. We don't want any encores. No encores. And Sammy, you've got a lot of nerve taking one of my best dishes and putting it up here on the piano for an ashtray.
That ain't an ashtray. That's for the tips.
Well, you're not going to get any, so put this pogo stick away and sit down. Hey, Rochester, bring in some more drinks for everybody.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, good. How's everything going back there? All right? You having fun?
Mr. Dale?
Well, have fun.
Mr. D. Thank you, Raj. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Rochester.
Nothing for me, Raj. Nothing for you.
Mr. Remley.
Rochester, when are you going to learn to serve Remley ladders?
I keep forgetting.
We have food left over, haven't we? So you don't have to throw it away. So you can make hash out of the leftover roast beef. And you can make turkey a la king out of the leftover turkey. Now, what can we do with the leftover spaghetti?
I could put a handle on it and use it for a mop.
No.
Then again, I could knit you a sweater.
Look.
We could use the meatballs for buttons.
Oh, Rochester.
Oh, quiet! Quiet! Quiet, everybody! Quiet, please. Well, we've all had such a good time tonight, and I think I can speak for every one of us here that I just think it's wonderful of Jack to have his whole gang over here every year for this annual get-together. I think he's the greatest boss in the world.
How about a speech, Mr. Benny?
All right. Thank you, Dennis.
What score in 7 years?
You said I'll make it.
Bet it'll never be as good as the one I started.
Yes, sir. seriously, friends, and it gives me a warm feeling to call you all friends, because there aren't many men who have such sincere, loyal, and talented employees. And I think it's only fitting that once a year we can gather like this in mutual friendship and respect.
Here, 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 here.
You know, when a show has been on...
Here, here.
You know, when a show has been on as long as ours, the going isn't always easy. You know, sure, we're sailing along now and the seas are calm. But in the past, as we moved across the ocean of entertainment, we've had our stormy days. But we didn't despair, did we? No. But in the battle against those stormy waters, and I, as your captain, was inspired by those immortal words of John Paul Jones when he said, "Don't give up the ship." And friends,
Jack.
in the years ahead.
Jack.
And friends, in the years ahead.
Jack.
What is it, Al?
Well, Jack, I don't like to interrupt, but John Paul Jones didn't say don't give up the ship.
What?
It was said by Captain James Lawrence.
No, Don. It was John Paul Jones who said don't.
Look, Jack, any schoolboy knows James Lawrence said don't give up the ship. Now, how can you stand there and say it was John Paul Jones?
Because it was John Paul.
No, it wasn't.
Now, wait a minute, Don. That's a famous naval saying. Dennis, you were a sailor. What was that famous naval saying?
Ask her if she's got a friend for me.
I don't mean that one. Don, it was John Paul Jones who said, don't give up the ship. I was in the Navy myself, for heaven's sake. I was a hero.
Oh, some hero. You joined the Navy, fell out of your hammock, and when you came to, the war was over.
Well, those hammocks are tough to sleep in. Anyway, Don Wilson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Coming over here to my house, stuffing yourself with my food. I've been watching you. And then accepting my hospitality, and then starting a great big argument.
I didn't start the argument. You did. Everybody knows it was James Lawrence who said don't give up the ship. And frankly, I'm just ashamed to work for anyone that doesn't know any more about American history.
Oh. Well, Don, you don't have to be ashamed any longer because you're fired.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
You are fired.
Here, here.
Right.
Does Jack really think that John Paul Jones said don't give up the ship?
It's hard to believe they named a high school after him.
Personally, I think it's ridiculous that Jack... Come on.
All right, fellas. Might as well...
To get my things out of my dressing room.
Well, the quicker the better.
Well, Mr. Benny, while we're waiting, why can't I rehearse my song?
Well, that is a good idea. Go ahead, Dennis. Rehearse your song.
Okay, Malin.
First the tide rushes in, plants a kiss on the shore, then rolls out to sea, and the sea is very oh, I love like the oncoming tide with one burning thought, will your arms open wide, and last we're face to face, and as we kiss through an embrace, I can feel you are love, you the tide at its ebb, I'm at peace.
That song was wonderful, but I think it's a little too long.
So do I. Toward the finish, I was getting hungry.
Just came back to get my refrigerator, that's all I'm doing. Oh, what are you doing here?
Jack,
No.
Now, Jack, you and Don have been friends for 28 years, and regardless of who was right and who was wrong in this argument, I think you should forget the whole thing and make up.
I think Freddie's right. Why didn't you tell him you're sorry?
You tell Mr. Wilson if he wants to apologize, maybe I'll be willing to accept it.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Benny says if you want to apologize and say you're wrong, he might be willing to accept it.
Well, you can tell Mr. Benny that if he knew anything about American history, he'd know James Lawrence said, don't give up the ship.
Mr. Benny, Mr. Wilson said if you knew anything about American history, you'd know that James Lawrence said don't give up the ship.
And you can also tell him if he doesn't apologize, I'm going to punch him right in the nose.
Mr. Wilson says if you don't apologize, I'm going to punch you right in the nose. You're going to punch me in the nose. I'll give you 3 to take your glasses off. Come on. Stop. You're not even in the argument.
Dennis, stop it. Now, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. You know, it doesn't matter whether it was John Paul Jones or Captain James Lawrence or even what was said. What does matter is that you two have been friends for years. And, Jack, I think you should apologize to Don for firing him over such a little thing.
Do not set fire to that wood.
Go ahead.
Well, all right. Don, I'm sorry I fired you.
Thank you. Jack, I just want to say that only a man of your generosity, of your great sense of fair play, would be big enough to admit when he's made a mistake. I accept your apology, Jack, and I'll come back to work for you.
Oh, I'm so glad, Don.
Well, thank heaven that's over. Now we can get on with rehearsal.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's hold a rehearsal. Look, I did a silly thing by auditioning a lot of announcers, you know. It was just because I was angry. You know, it was my fault, too. And I held up the rehearsal. Let's call the rehearsal off. We'll do it tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Huh?
Well, that's a wrap, everybody. If you wish, I'll drive you home, Jack.
Will you, Don?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Hey, I could use a ride, too.
Well, come on along.
You can sit in the back seat with that half a cow. I'll ride with you. I'll ride with you.
Jack, it was certainly nice for you to ask us to come in and have a drink with you.
Oh, it was nothing. Hey, Dante, how about having another drink?
No, thanks, Jack. I think I better run along.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Look at it. As long as you're here and you and I are friends again, why don't you stay for dinner? You too, Fred. Huh? Have a nice dinner.
Jack, I don't want to put you to all this trouble. You apologize. That's all that's necessary. And I just don't want to put you to all this trouble, Jack.
It's no trouble at all. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, Mr. Benny?
What have we got in the refrigerator?
Roast beef hash, turkey out of king, and a cold sweater.
Well, look, we got 3 steaks in the freezer, so bring them out.
Fine, okay.
Yes, sir. That's what we'll do. We'll have steaks with the trimmings and everything.
Well, Jack, this is certainly wonderful of you to do.
Ah, Don, it's nothing. Nothing at all. After all, look, it was my fault. The whole thing was my fault. You know, I had a big argument with you, and you were right, and I was wrong. And I was too stubborn to see it, you know. And as Rudyard Kipling once said, you have suffered the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. And I intend to make it up to you.
Jack.
I intend to make it up to you.
Jack,
What?
Jack, Kipling didn't say that. It was Shakespeare.
No, Don, I just read it myself. Last night I was reading Kipling was the one that said
Look, just a minute, Jack. I'm a college graduate, and I'm quite a student of Shakespeare, and I tell you, you're wrong.
Don, Phi Beta Fatso. I say it was Kipling.
And I say it was Shakespeare.
Don, I can't understand you. I cannot understand you at all. Here you come to my house. I apologized for last week, and you're all wrong. You start another argument.
I didn't start an argument. I'm just trying to tell you you're wrong, and you're too hard-headed to admit it.
Well, I am, eh? Well, all right, Don, this does it. You're through, you're finished, you're fired.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. And I'll thank you to leave the house and never darken my doorstep again. And, brother, you can darken it.
Okay, I'll go. Goodbye.
I never saw a guy like this Don Wilson. I mean, he always starts an argument, he's always wrong.
Jack, he wasn't wrong. He was right, you were wrong. Shakespeare did write that, not Kipling.
What are you talking about? It was Kipling. I say it was Shakespeare.
And I'm not going to stay here and argue with you either. You're too stubborn. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny, dinner, sir.
Well, what are we going to do with the 2 extra steaks?
I only cooked one.
Why?
The moment I heard you say Kipling, I know this was going to happen.
Well, all right. Bring in the 1 steak. I'll eat it. Looking for that book I read last night by Kipling.
The book you read last night was Shakespeare.
No, Rochester. On the cover, it said Kipling.
That's the man you borrowed it from, Sam Kipling.
For heaven's sakes. Now I'll have to apologize to Don again. Oh, well. I'll give him a steak and he'll be happy. Hello, Don. Don, this is Jack. I thought I ought to call you. Yes, Don, I know it's almost midnight. I know you were in bed all right, but look, if you're standing there in your nightshirt, I'll make it fast. Now, this is what I want to say. You were right, and I was wrong. And to make it up to you, anytime you want to, come over here and I'll fix you the biggest steak you've ever had in all your life. With all the trimmings and mushrooms and potatoes and ice cream, and I think it's the least I can do for... Excuse me a minute, Don. There's someone at the door.
Here I am, Jack.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed the show. That was pretty silly, wasn't it? I mean, imagine my firing anyone in my cast. Now, Don has been with me almost 30 years. Dennis stayed 25 years. Rochester has put in 22 years. You know, I feel like a warden. The reason I feel like a warden is because that when anyone leaves me, see, I usually give them a suit and $10. But didn't Don give a good performance? Hey, Donzie, come out here, will you? Don, You really did a good job on that show tonight.
Well, thanks, Jack. I really enjoyed doing this particular show.
You did, huh?
Yes, sir. After all, with the 6 rehearsals we had, I was served 6 steaks.
Right, you did get to eat 6 steaks, didn't you? Did you enjoy them?
Oh, I sure did. Thanks a lot, Jack.
You're welcome. I haven't the nerve to tell him those steaks were made of plastic. Good night, folks. I'll be seeing you soon.
San Francisco.
From Television City in Hollywood, the Jack Benny Program.
Oh, my papa, to me was so wonderful. Oh, my papa, to me it's so good. That's why I say he's gentle.
Rochester, we had a very, very good rehearsal. Now I want to get made up for the show, huh?
Fine.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. What kind of makeup is this?
Well, you said you wanted something to make you look nice and tan.
I know, but peanut butter? I want to look tan, not lumpy. Anyway, I think you better shave me first, huh?
Okay, make yourself comfortable.
Right. You got everything?
I think so. Shaving cream, brush, razor, smelling salt.
What do I want with smelling salt?
That's for me. I can't stand the sight of blood.
Well, be careful.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. You know, Rochester, I think I'm going to have a very good show today. You know, I come out alone first, and I do a monologue for a few minutes. Then I introduce my guest star, Bob Hope. He does a few minutes. And then Don Wilson is going to come out and introduce the sketch. See? And then after we introduce... Wait, start shaving. And then after Don introduces the sketch, then Bob and I come out in...
One nose, 2 ears, 1 chin.
What are you writing that down?
After I finish checking you, after I finish shaving you, I'll check again and hope we come out even.
Well, okay. Well, go ahead.
Oh, my papa, to me was so wonderful. Oh, my, uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I think I cut you.
You mean you think, can't you tell?
It would help if you bleed a little.
Well, I'm not going to force myself just for you. Go ahead and stop singing. I want to concentrate on the show, on my monologue. I don't want to forget to tell the audience about my personal appearance tour that I opened in Dallas, Texas on June 14th. And I go up to Portland and Vancouver and Seattle.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack, don't you think you better hurry? You'll be on in a few minutes.
Oh, I'll be ready.
Bob Hope still complaining about the script?
No, he's still mad because he hasn't got enough to do. Claims I didn't give him enough. I mean, he comes on so late in the show and everything.
After all, Jack, why, it's your show. Why shouldn't you come out there first?
Well, certainly.
1 minute to airtime. Everybody on stage, please. All actors in the first scene, please take their places.
Jack, that voice. Isn't that Mary?
Yes, her summer job at the May Company doesn't start till Monday. Rochester, hand me my shirt, will you please?
Yes.
Give me my tie, please.
Yes.
John, stop eating my makeup.
All right, Jack, all right. See you on stage.
Okay. Rochester, get me my pants, too, will you, please? Well, hurry up. Give me my pants. We haven't got too much time now.
They're not here.
What do you mean they're not here?
I put them right over there on that chair.
They're not here now.
Well, where did you take them?
I didn't take them any place.
Well, I put them right here on the chair when I came in.
Well, they're not here.
Here's my music. I'm not going on the stage. For heaven's sake, where are they? I know the pen. Well, keep looking. Looky, I can't go on without that pen.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Lucky Strike program. In just a few minutes, you'll see our star, Gypsy Rose Benny. Personally, I'm very happy to be over here at CBS, ladies and gentlemen. This is rather strange for me. I'm on the major network. I really feel like a stranger. I feel like Zsa Zsa at a PTA meeting over here. I don't know. But I am awfully thrilled to be here at CBS. That's Crosby and Benny's Strongbox. And I want to tell you, it's a beautiful place, isn't it? And Television City is right next to Farmer's Market. And it's very convenient. You can lay them here and sell them there. And it really works out. No, I had no trouble getting through the immigration. And I want to tell you that this... Oh, by the way, this is where Bing did his last show. And I think they've done very nicely. They've gotten most of it out of the curtains. He's undecided about his next show. He doesn't know whether to go on again or buy the whole thing. I don't know whether... he's up in Nevada right now, looking over Boulder Dam. His piggy bank is filled. He's loaded, you know. He uses Howard Hughes for a bellboy. But I want to tell you, I really hated to do this to Jack, but it's the only way I could get on. And isn't that wonderful material? Unfinished payments. Brooks Brothers. Not made by him, worn by him. And look at the shine on those pants. This could start another hearing. Couldn't be. Really? Mary gave him mad money. He really had... You know, when you ask this kid for a loan and he tells you his money's tied up, he's not kidding. This is an obstacle course for pickpockets.
Hey, Bob. Yes. Bob, now give me my pen. I'll give him them.
Pull your head back in or I'll hand out baseballs to the audience. Oh, you. What do you say we get in the back pocket and look at the wallet, huh? All in favor say aye. Thank you, Shills. This is what I've been waiting for, the driver's license. Oh, I've been waiting years for this. Jack Benny, height 5'10", weight 157, eyes blue, hair on cold days. Date of birth. This has been erased once too often. He's had this for a long time. Is this license good for bicycles, automobiles, and covered wagons?
Hey, Bob.
Yes,
Bob,
son?
give me Jack's pants, will you?
Why?
I had to give him mine.
You mean Jack is actually wearing your pants?
You're darn right I am.
How are you, Bozo?
Bobble, this is the last time you'll ever be on the Lucky Strike program.
I think that goes for both of us.
Oh, yeah?
Are these pants or a casual Quonset hut? What is it?
Look, Bob, you're spoiling the whole...
Who's in there with you, Jim Clinton? Say
You see? Bob. Now, look,
I forgot to tell him about that line. I'm sorry.
Bob,
you're spoiling the whole show.
So?
I got to bring Don Wilson out here to introduce the sketch, and you're not even dressed yet.
All right, all right.
Now go ahead and get dressed.
I'll go, but don't get so mad. He'll take off his eyelashes and whip me to death.
You know, really, ladies and gentlemen, you know, you can't get mad at Bob Hope. You just can't. I don't care if you can't get mad. He's so charming. He has so much talent. He's so rich. I think he had a lot of nerve going through the pockets of my pants, though. Wonder what's in Don Wilson's. What do you know? A money clip with a lamb chop in it. Oh, he loves to eat. What is here? A shrimp cocktail, isn't it? I better bring him out here to introduce the sketch. Oh, Don!
What do you want?
Come on out. You got to introduce the sketch.
I won't come out dressed like this. It's embarrassing.
I don't care if it's embarrassing or not. You come out here.
Oh, all right.
Hey, my pants are a little too tight for you, aren't they?
Darn right.
Now, Don, if you drop anything, just let it lay there, will you? Now, go ahead and introduce the sketch.
All right, all right.
Don, we're only acting.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we bring you Bob Hope and Jack Benny in On the Road to Nairobi. The opening scene is a jungle, inhabited by a wild tribe of fierce cannibals and headhunters, deep in the heart of Africa.
Man who thinks that native chief is just a dummy often ends by filling up a savage tummy.
That's a big soda.
We eat man, and when we're through, we all smoke his luckies too. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. Smoke before he's even starting. Wah, 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 wah. In his mouth he's putting all at once a carton.
And a box of matches.
Better taste than Lucky Strike. That's the smoke that we all like. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. Bimawa, go on tea. Bimawa, go yumbongi. Bimawa, go on tea. Smoke Lucky Strike too. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo. Dig-a-dig-a-doo to dance.
Which way to Pierce Brothers?
Hey, Clyde, those last 2 miles were rugged, weren't they?
Yeah, I knew as soon as we got off the freeway, we'd run into trouble. This is the way they bring Phil Harris to rehearsal.
Hey, listen, Clyde.
Yeah?
You know, it's pretty dangerous here in the jungle.
You're telling me. How about those first 3 nights we had to light fires to keep the animals away?
Yeah. And we ran out of water. For 3 weeks, we couldn't even take a bath.
And then the animals lit fires to keep us away. What do you say we camp here for tonight, huh?
Okay, let's do that.
Let's hang up the hors d'oeuvre right here.
There we are.
Oh, should we build a fire?
Yeah, I guess so. You know, Clyde, I think we're kind of silly.
What do you mean?
Well, here we are in Africa with a tiger.
Well, what about it?
Well, everybody knows there are no tigers in Africa.
There aren't?
No.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Okay.
Hey. He must have gone to a veterinarian in Denmark.
I wondered why he had his hand on his hip when I shot him. He has his claws manicured. Don't point. I know the line. Don't point. Say, I don't know why I came on this expedition with you. I'm going home.
Well, you can go home if you wanna. Well, I'm going to stay right here in the jungle until I find the secret formula for shrinking head.
Aren't you going to a lot of trouble just because you bought a hat that's too small for you?
That's what I like about you, Clyde. You'll have your little joke no matter how little it is. Now, let's get something to eat, will you? I'm hungry.
Okay. We don't have to worry about food, boy. We got plenty right here.
All right, don't stall around. Get it ready.
Okay. What do you have?
I think we ought to have a nice cool drink first.
Cool, huh? All right, I'll get a drink. I'll get... Say, did Judge Crater have a beard? All right. That's just for the East Coast we threw that.
Hey, Clyde.
Here's the ice cube.
Clyde.
Yeah.
What kind of a tiger is that? Siberian or Bengal?
General Electric.
Hey, what's that?
Was that Dennis Day rehearsing? Hey, it's a lion. Get your gun, Buck. This is the McCoy. Get your gun.
That's my fault. I shouldn't have had that rolled up in my blanket. What'd you do with your rifle?
I threw it away. I didn't like the joke.
Come on, let's get something to eat. Will you, so we can get out of here?
Okay.
For heaven's sakes.
We'll fix it up. Don't worry. Now, what would you like to start with? Would you like...
I don't know anything.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nice ad libbing.
Excellent food, excellent culinary skills. I don't show something modest. Doesn't all know.
I want to tell you, since I started, they're all doing it.
Well, look, how about getting something to eat so we can get out of here?
All right, get the butter, will you?
Okay.
At an actual breakfast time.
Where's the butter?
In the compartment that keeps it easy to spread. Thank you, Betty Furness.
You make the sandwiches, and I'll try to find a place to camp. I wonder where would be a good place to put up the tent here. Say, Clyde, do you think that if we put up the tent here, someplace, right between these two...
Yeah! Hey, Buck, But what happened? This is Marlon, tell me. No, not in code. Talk to me. What happened? Sadler Wells Ballet down here. Or is it the Chamber of Commerce? What happened? These are cannibals. They're fierce. They're going to eat us, Buck.
Hey, look, here, food. Bite!
Ow! Sonny Jack.
Look at that.
I'll talk to him. Who are you?
Me, Chief.
And who are you?
Me, Super Chief.
Eat us, but don't get a laugh, will you? Oh, no. Oh, fine. We had to bring our own vegetables here. You better get some tenderized or I still have my shoes on.
Oh, we remember that. Who are these guys? They official tasters.
How is it, Duncan?
Good. Good. That's what cannibal soups are. Good. It's not cannibal soup. Stop! What is it? Cucumber, aguga. What did he say?
National Pickle Week.
Hey, Clyde, is your nose Gershon or dill?
In a minute, it's going to be chow chow. That's the line they gave me, chow chow.
Remember what you gave me on your show, brother.
Well, yeah, you betcha. Now, I want to tell you what, we'll never get out of here. I'll take it up. Get out of here. Okay.
I'm scared. I'm frightened.
Why, you yellow belly? You want to live forever?
No, I just want to reach 40.
Oh, we're not going to make that trip again. Oh.
Quiet. We want dinner music. Liga moda.
You remember my grandma.
What you doing? You playing a samba or a rumba?
What's the difference? We ain't any room to dance.
That's fine. Giga Not fire. Not fire. They're going to start a fire. No, they're going to burn it.
You're kidding. They're going to burn it. Oh, wait a minute.
Look. Stop it.
Wait a minute, fellas. Hey, they can't start the fire. They can't start the fire. They have no matches. They have no matches. Oh, they can't.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first a word to cigarette smokers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the famous syndicated sports columnist and president of Churchill Downs, Mr. Bill Coram.
If there's one thing I've learned in my 35 years of covering sports, it is that a favorite sport is a personal thing. Whichever yours is tops with you. Me, I've covered them all. And I like all sports. Baseball, a great American game, our national pastime, and the World Series, a great gala week in America, and the kickoff in a big football game. But for me, the king of them all is horse racing. Naturally, I think that the Kentucky Derby is the greatest sports event in the world. But that's a matter of taste. And the same goes for cigarettes. I smoke Lucky, because they give me the enjoyment I like and they taste better than any other cigarette to me.
Sports columnist Bill Corum's got the right idea. It's all a matter of taste, and the fact is, Lucky's taste better for two good reasons. First, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine tobacco means better taste. And second, Lucky's are made better to draw freely and smoke evenly, which also means better taste for you. Why not try a carton? Be happy. Go Lucky. Find out for yourself. Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're such a nice audience, and this, as you know, is my last show of this season, but we'll be back again in the fall. Of course, I'd like to tell the viewers, people sitting at home, what I told you folks before the show, you know, that the kind of a show we had. We had about 8 rehearsals, and Hope changed every line. So finally, when we finally came to the show, I didn't know what he was going to say. It turned out that way. It was very good, I think. But anyway, I'd like to have you meet my guest, Bob Hope.
Thank you, Jack, and I'll take the blame.
Well, it was very nice having you on the show.
I loved it. My next picture's with Esther Williams. Did you like that?
Say, Bob, I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
I still think it wasn't very nice going through my pockets.
Your pants?
Yeah.
Your pants?
Yeah.
Well, if Eisenhower had done that to McCarthy, the hearings would be over by now.
Oh, I could have said soul in my pants.
Well, thanks, Bob. Fine. Thank you very much, Jack.
Okay.
Enjoyed it very much,
Bye.
boy.
Be safe, yes. You know, Martin and Lewis made such a brief appearance, we ought to get them back for a bow.
Thank you, Jack. I'm very happy to be able to be here today.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, we'll be back in the fall. And this summer, I'm going on a personal appearance tour. And I open June 14 in Dallas, Texas. And then I go to Portland, Oregon for a week, and then Vancouver, and then into Seattle for 2 weeks. And then I'm coming back, and I'm going to make a picture. And this picture it's the first time I've made a picture since the horn blows at midnight. And this picture that I'm going to make is one that I wrote myself. And it's all about, it's a picture called California. And this is not a historical picture. See, this is a picture all about the wonderful climate that we have. No, really, this is a picture, and it's about a boy and his sister who have been living in California, you see, for many, many years. And the sister decides to take a trip to New York City, which she does. And when she arrives in New York, she becomes very, very ill. So she wires her brother in Los Angeles to come on to visit her, you see. So her brother jumps on a bicycle in Los Angeles and rides all the way to New York to visit his sister, you see. And by that time, she's so ill, she's on her deathbed. So the brother, realizing her condition, punctures the tire of his bicycle, and the wonderful California air immediately cures his sister.
From Hollywood, the Jack Benny Program, with Jack's guest, Jack Jones.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the show. Well, here I am again, standing in front of millions of viewers, completely relaxed and not a worry in the world. Now, some critics will attribute this to my years of experience. Others will say it's the temperament of a true artist. Personally, I feel that it's nauseating confidence. Now, my psychology in starting out with a remark like that, you see, is to get you people to dislike me immediately. Then when you realize that you're disliking a nice, harmless, elderly man, this gives you a guilt complex. Now, this complex leads to sympathy. Sympathy leads to laughter. Laughter leads to applause. And then when the applause is over, you go home, and I go to the bank. That's when I laugh. But the reason I never worry about my shows is because when I told my father years ago that I was going to go into show business, he gave me something to wear around my neck. And then he said to me, son, when you're on the stage and the audience isn't laughing, your act is floppy, and things aren't going right, he says, just take it out. That laugh just saved my life. I'm only kidding. I wouldn't kill myself for $100. Well, I'm not going to talk any longer because I know you'll be very much interested in meeting my guest star, a young fellow who in a very short time has become one of the most popular singers of popular songs and one of our great recording artists, Mr. Jack Jones.
It only takes a moment for your eyes to meet, and then your heart knows in a moment you will never be alone again. I held her for an instant, but my arms felt sure and strong. It only takes a moment to be loved a whole life long. I held her for an instant, but my arms felt sure and strong. It only takes a moment to be loved a whole life long. It only takes a moment to be loved a whole
Jack, that was just great. Now I know why you sell so many records.
Well, thank you, Mr. Benny.
Jack, I must ask you something. You know, when you decided to go into show business, how did you happen to pick such a simple name like Jack Jones?
That's my real name. I'm sure you know my dad, Alan Jones.
I not only know Alan Jones, I sold him the donkey he used to serenade. Gee, I can't get over little Jackie. Gosh, I remember you years and years ago when you were a kid. You know, I used to, gee, now you're almost as tall as I am. Now, I used to go over to your house years and years ago, every Saturday night.
Well, I thought my folks used to go out every Saturday night.
They did. I was your babysitter.
I don't understand, Mr. Benny. I did have a babysitter, but if I remember correctly, it was a little old lady.
Well, you see, I used to go to your house right from the studio. I was making Charlie's aunt at the time.
Gee, I used to tell all the kids that my babysitter was a funny old lady who smoked cigars.
Years ago, you know. But, Jack, I can't tell you how happy I am with the success you've had. With your wonderful voice and the recordings, you know, your great records, Wives and Lovers, Lollipops and Roses. You know, I made a few records myself with my violin, you know.
Oh, sure, I know. I have your last record. It's a collector's item.
It is?
Yes, Cylinders went out with Thomas Edison. That's a joke.
I know.
My father always told me that it's always wise to interject a little humor.
Oh, your father told you that? Did he also tell you to ask for the top salary when you came on my show?
No, I did that on my own.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I got some very good advice once. I was told that when you're negotiating a deal, never let sentiment or friendship interfere. Always get every dime you can get.
And who gave you that advice?
That little old lady who used to sit with me.
Now, let that be a lesson to you babysitters. Never open your mouth except to eat the fruit. Now, Jack, before we go into our sketch, you know, this play that we're going to do, I'm sure that our audience would like to hear an encore. What is it going to be?
Bewitched.
Fine. Wonderful. Beautiful number.
I'm wild again, beguiled again, a simpering, whimpering child again, bewitched, bothered, and bewildered am I. Couldn't sleep, wouldn't sleep. Love came and told me I shouldn't sleep. Bewitched, bothered, and bewildered am I. Lost my heart, but what of it? She is cold, I agree. She can laugh, and I love it. Although the laugh's on me.
Okay, I need an
I'll
Instagram up to my
her each spring to her and long for the day when I'll cling to her. Bewitched, bothered, and bewildered.
Only used to emphasize key points.
Am I?
Because they're on TV.
I lost my heart. What of it?
Here.
She is cold. I agree. She can laugh.
Is letting people know.
And I love it.
But live right now
Although
on
the
Facebook.
laughs on me.
My Facebook got
Tonight, we pay tribute to those dedicated men and women who have chosen teaching as their profession. Men and women who devote their time and energies to molding the lives of the younger generation. Our scene takes place in the principal's office of an old high school in a typical American city.
Use your own chat GPT for...
Good morning, Benedict Arnold High School. I know, but the school was named before he turned out to be a louse. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. That's really not my responsibility. If you could possibly call back later on this afternoon... Oh, wait a minute, just a second. I think I hear the principal coming now. Oh, hold on.
Good morning, Miss Montgomery.
Good morning, sir. It's Mrs. Bailey on the phone.
Hashtags relevant to
I knew
Meg
she'd
Ryan
call.
and Con Hakes
Thank you.
and David Duchovny.
Yes, Mrs. Bailey. I'm sorry, but your son was naughty in class last week.
And the whole
I thought it
thing
would teach him a
came
lesson if I
out
kept him
over
after school.
Instagram.
Well, perhaps I did keep him a bit too long. Goodbye. Bailey, you may go home now.
Don't you think you were a little hard on the Bailey boy?
No, I don't. I will not have students showing disrespect. I just want to show you what he carved. Look at this, what he carved on my desk. I hate Principal Benson.
The Bailey boy didn't do that.
Well, if he didn't, who did?
Your wife.
Funny, I didn't recognize her handwriting. She's got the same thing in needlepoint on our bedspread. I'll take it. Yes. Oh, yes, I've got that. Right.
What happens?
Thank you very much.
So you go on Instagram. This is how these posts are made.
Oh, Mr. Jones, could I talk to you a moment, please?
Tell you.
Certainly, sir. Oh, by the way, sir, before I forget it, the student committee has finally chosen a mascot for Benedict Arnold High School.
They have? What is it?
A chicken with a yellow streak down its back.
Very appropriate. Hello? Yes? Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you very, very much. Mr. Jones, here's what I wanted to talk to you about. Now, how long have you been teaching 11th grade English?
About 3 years, sir.
That's right. You've been teaching our students English for 3 years. Now, take a look at this paper. Just want to show you something. The spelling is atrocious. Cumming, C-U-M-M-I-N-G. House, H-O-W-S-E. That's disgraceful.
Sir, these days the students don't seem to grasp the fundamentals of phonetic sounding of words, and that hampers them in their spelling.
But, Mr. Jones, you wrote this. It's your letter asking for a raise.
Sorry, sir.
And you spelled raise, R-A-Z-E. I wouldn't know what to give. Now, Mr. Jones, sit down a minute, will you please? Right over here on this chair. I have something I want to say to you. Now, Mr. Jones, when you came here, I had high hopes for you.
Real.
You had an excellent record. Excellent. You were a conscientious young man, eager to transfer your knowledge to students who... Mr. Jones, I'm talking to you. Mr. Jones, will you pay attention, please? Attention!
A-T-E-N-S-H-O-N.
Never mind!
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I dozed off.
Mr. Jones, what's the matter with you lately?
I guess I'm a little tired, sir. It's the extra work I'm doing.
Extra work?
Well, sir, I can't quite seem to make out on the salary I'm getting as a teacher, so I had to take on some extra work at night.
I see. Now, Jones, this extra work you're talking about, I take it... Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Thank you. I'll take care of it right away. Yes, sir. Now, Jones, this extra work you're... Jones, this extra work you're talking about, I take it you do it after school.
Oh, yes, sir. At 3:30 when the bell rings, I have just enough time to put on my rubber boots and rush off to the car wash.
You work in a car wash?
I'm a rear fender man.
A school teacher with a BA, an MA, and a PhD washing a KAR. I can't get over it.
Well, it's only for 4 hours, sir. At 8 o'clock, I'm a ticket taker in a drive-in movie.
Drive-in movie? But that doesn't let out till 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know, just in time for me to start delivering milk.
Mr. Jones, you're a teacher. How can you expect to do all these things and still... Joe! You were asleep with your eyes open.
I know, that's how I fool my class.
Mr. Jones, as principal of this school, I can't allow anything to interfere with your teaching.
Well, sir, from now on, I can assure you I'll be wide awake.
Well, you better be, because I know what's going on in every classroom in this school. And you know how I know? Follow me here. Sure.
Now, if 3x plus 4 equals 16, then we know that x equals 4.
The algebra class.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice.
The history class.
Vera, I love you, I love you.
Don't talk, just kiss me.
Whoops. I got the teacher's recreation room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 15 minutes late, sir.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Wilson. Now, here is Wilson, who is in charge of one of our most important programs, physical fitness. Now, here's a good example for you, Jones. Here's a man who's been with us 8 years, makes the same salary you do. And not only does he sustain himself, but I hear that every day he comes to work in a taxi.
I have to. I drive it.
You drive a taxi?
Yes. And Jones, that was a lousy wash job he gave me yesterday.
Pay your milk bill and you get a better job.
Gentlemen, that's enough. Hello? Okay, I've got it. Thank you for calling. Now, Wilson, I'm most annoyed with you. You know you're already in hot water for stealing the kids' lunches.
I'm sorry, sir.
Being sorry isn't enough. I just can't believe that my teachers find it necessary to scrounge around for other means of income.
Miss Collins, you can't teach a class dressed like that. I got all years late and I didn't have time to stay.
Miss Collins, how dare you?
I'd have been here sooner, but I hurt my leg when I fell off the runway.
How can I run a school with everyone working on the side? I can't understand teachers thinking so little of their profession. I mean, so lacking in dedication that they would think more.
All right. Nobody leaves this room.
What?
You're under arrest.
Arrest? There's my phone. I'll get that. I get the phone.
Hello? No, we're not taking any more bets. This bookie joint is closed.
principal of our school a bookie?
All right, so you found out. Yes, I'm a bookie. I had to do something to make money. What's wrong with me having a side job? I can't eat chalk, you know. All right, let's go. Downtown. Wait a minute. I want to ask you something first. How did you find out? I mean, who tipped you off?
Mr. Jones.
Jones? You tipped them off?
Besides working in a car wash, a drive-in movie, and delivering milk, I'm also an agent for the FBI. Come on, let's go.
How does he do it?
Jack will be back with his guest, Jack Jones, in just a moment.
Well, that's the show. And I hope we didn't offend anybody with that play we did. I must admit, we debated a long time before we did the sketch. Because, you know, when you do a show about professional groups, you see, you know, like doctors, lawyers, plumbers, they all complain. So we knew we were on dangerous ground when we did this sketch tonight about the school. And sure enough, the calls have started to come in. In fact, we've already gotten 10 complaints. Not from teachers, from bookies. Actually, only 9 of them were complaining about the show. One of them called to remind me to pay up on my election bet. I still can't get over Dewey losing. And now I'd like to bring out my guest star, Jack Jones. Jack, tell me, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I'm cutting 2 record albums next week. And then I'm making a few television appearances. I've got a movie lined up, and I'm doing some nightclub engagements.
Say, you're pretty busy, aren't you?
Well, if I get any busier, I'll have to cut out my milk route.
That was funny, but...
That's a joke.
I know. Your father told you to say that. Well, good night, folks, and we'll be seeing you soon.
From Hollywood, the Jack Benny Program.
Thanks. Who's on the phone?
That reporter was interviewing you before the show?
Oh, yes. Hello. As I started to say, Mr. Johnson, and before I had to do the show, I believe the reason I've lasted so long in television is that I've always tried to do what you might call a classy type of comedy. You know, something that has a little intelligence behind it.
Mr. Benny.
Excuse me a minute. Yes?
Where do you want me to put your fright wig?
The wig? Oh, put it in my dressing room. I might use it again next week. You know, I found, Mr. Johnson, that you shouldn't underestimate the audience's intelligence. In other words, don't be afraid to be sophisticated.
Mr. Benny,
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah.
what's the complaint about your red nose?
Well, it doesn't work. It only lit up twice during the show.
Well, if you'd stop using it for a taillight on your car, it might work a little better.
Excuse me. Now, Mr. Johnson, you see, the crude comedians come and go, but believe me, when you're suave, you can go on forever. Well, I'd like to talk to you longer, but I have to rush out to the airport to catch a plane for New York. Goodbye. Don, hurry up, will you? We got to get a cab for the airport.
I am hurrying, Jack, but it takes time to get this custard pie off my face.
You know, Jack, it's hard to believe that just a few minutes ago we were on stage doing a television show, and now here we are in our cab, way to the airport.
Yeah.
And in just a few hours, we'll be in New York.
That's right. And, Don, I think we're going to have a lot of fun at the sponsor sales convention.
Oh, I think so, yeah. Oh, Jack, I've been looking over the schedule, and I didn't see my name listed as an after-dinner speaker.
Don, you were an after-dinner speaker last year, and by the time you got through eating, the convention was over. Oh, driver, would you go a little faster, please? We've got to catch a plane.
I know.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know. Oh, incidentally, Jack, where are we stopping in New York?
Oh, at the Acme Plaza Hotel.
The Acme Plaza, that crummy old hotel?
What's crummy about that?
The last time we were there, I had to pack a bathrobe, slippers, and a flashlight.
Well, Don, I hear it's inside now. Anyway, that's where we're going.
Oh, by the way, Jack, you said you forgot your plane ticket. Were you able to get hold of Rochester?
Oh, yes, I called him from the studio, and he's going to meet us at the airport. Hey, we can see the lights at the airport. From here, we're only about 4 blocks away.
Yeah.
You know, it's much better to take a cab than drive your own car to it, because they take you right in front of the door of an airport. While your own cab...
Okay, folks, you can get out here.
Why do we get out here? We still have 4 blocks to go. Take us to the airport.
Oh, no, I never take anybody to the airport.
Why not?
I can't stand goodbyes.
What?
I can't bear to see people go away. That's why I don't want to take you to the airport. I hate it.
Look, driver, cry on your own time. The meter is running. Now stop this foolishness and take us to the airport.
Okay.
Attention, Flight 23 to Portland, now boarding at Gate 8. Flight 23 to Portland, now boarding at Gate 8.
I knew I'd find you here. Every time you see a scale, you've got to weigh yourself. Now, come on.
But the car didn't come out.
What difference does it make? You weighed 34 pounds this morning, you weighed 34 pounds an hour ago, and you weigh 34 pounds now.
But, Mama, the car didn't come out.
I don't care. You made me bring you to the airport to look at the plane, so come on.
Mama?
What?
How close can I stand to the propeller?
Don't ask me when I'm aggravated. Now, come on.
Hey, Jack, I don't see Rochester anywhere around.
Oh, he'll be here. Now, where's that taxi driver? I told him to bring in the bag.
Oh, here he comes. Here he is.
How much do I owe you?
That'll be $4.50, sir.
Well, stop crying, will you?
Oh, I can't help it. I didn't want to take you to the airport, But you said, yeah, take me to the airport. I didn't want to go there, but you made me. You made me.
Yeah, I didn't mean to upset you. Here's $5. Keep the change.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Why do people have to go away? Why? Oh, mister, where are you going?
I've never seen anybody so emotional.
Attention, Flight 83 from Chicago, Kansas City, and Tucson, now arriving at Gate 10.
Now, boss! Boss! Here's your plane ticket!
I told you Don he'd be here.
Well, Jack, I'm going to check my bag through.
Okay.
Oh, I better check yours too, boss.
No, let me weigh it first myself.
Oh,
I want to weigh it.
But boss!
No, Rochester, when you get on a plane, you have to be very, very careful because don't forget they charge you extra for baggage if it's over 40 pounds, you see? Like it's 88 cents a pound to New York, it's 64 cents a pound to Chicago, and 52 cents a pound to Kansas City.
Boss, I've got an idea how you can save some money.
How?
You go to New York and send your clothes to Glendale.
Oh, stop, will you? I'm going to weigh this.
No, but boss, I weighed it at home. It came to exactly 40 pounds.
Well, I want to be sure. Now, give me a pen. This card is stuck. Oh, here it is. There you are, 34 pounds. Now, come on, open the bag. It's only 34 pounds. If it's that much under, I certainly don't have to carry my slippers. And I don't have to take my comb and brush. I don't have to take the clock. Not that we're that much over. Here. I don't have to take this. Pills. Here. I don't have to take this. I don't have to take shoe trees. Take my iron. And I don't have to. Here's the other shoe tree. As long as we're that much under, here's a shirt. Here's a tie. Put the tie in. And here's some shorts. And here's a shirt. There.
Pardon me. May I have your autograph?
Autograph, certainly. There you are. There.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought you were Gypsy Rose Lee.
Gypsy Rose Lee. Well, I think I got everything now. Wait a minute. As long as you got room, put this in there, too. All right, now look, close the bag and take it in and check it, will you? And I'm going over there to the chart and see what seats are available for Don and myself.
Attention, Passenger Taylor, please report to the information desk. Passenger Taylor, please report to the information desk.
Rochester.
Oh, Henry, hello.
Rochester, did you lose your job with Mr. Benny?
No, this is part of it.
Are you going someplace?
No, Mr. Benny is, but I'm going to stay here.
Well, now, you mean you're going to be in that big house all alone?
Oh, that won't be so bad. But I do wish you'd left the electricity on. It's going to be so dark in there.
Yeah, that's too bad, yeah.
Oh, well, I'll just have to spend every evening in my room reading.
But wait a minute. If Mr. Benny turned off the electricity, how can you read?
He built my room around the lamppost.
Mr. Benny takes advantage of everything. Building your room around a lamppost.
Well, I didn't mind that so much. Well, he put my bathtub under a fire hydrant.
What a man, what a man. Well, it was nice seeing you, Rochester.
Okay, Henry.
So long.
Okay, bye.
Here are two good seats available, 14A and 14B. I think it's a good idea to keep Don Wilson in the middle of the plane. Yeah. See,
I better get my ticket validated now.
Oh, there you are, mister.
You again. I thought you left.
I've been looking all over for you. I couldn't leave. I had to stay. So, have a nice trip. And take care of yourself. And please don't forget to write.
Right? I never saw you before in my life.
I know, but I can't help it. I hate to see people go away. Why must people always go traveling? Traveling and traveling and zoom.
Can't imagine a fella getting so upset because people are going away. See, Bob Hope must drive him nuts.
Bye, Bill.
That's cute. Let's see now. Oh, mister. Are you the ticket clerk?
No, I'm a stewardess with a mustache.
Oh, stop that. Well, I want my ticket validated.
Well, New York. What are we running away from this time?
I'm not running away from anything. Just validate my ticket.
There.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute. I gave you a round-trip ticket. This is only for one way.
Well, you can't blame me for trying.
Wise guy.
Goodbye, Marion.
Bye, Bill.
That's sweet.
I want to weigh myself.
But you just weighed yourself a little while ago.
But the car didn't come out.
I don't care whether it came out or not, you weigh 34 pounds. Every time you weigh yourself, you weigh 34 pounds.
I do not.
Talking back to your mother, huh? Look, I'll put a penny in, and if you don't weigh 34 pounds, I'll buy you anything you want. £40?
Let's go to that toy store. I want a big teddy bear, a tractor, a bicycle, a racing car.
Oh, here you are, Don.
Get your ticket validated, Jack?
Yeah, all set.
Say, boss,
Yeah?
you must have put too many things back in. Your luggage weighs 8 pounds overweight.
8 pounds over.
But don't worry. I took enough things out of it to make it come down to 40 pounds.
Well, where are the things I have to leave home?
You don't have to leave anything home.
What do you mean?
You see that Mexican sit over there?
Yeah?
He's going to New York to visit his sister. And he has very much baggage. So I put all of your extra things in his bag.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Rochester. Why would you do a thing like that? Ask a complete stranger a favor like that? I'm going over and talk to him. Shame yourself, for heaven's sake. Oh, pardon me, mister, but did my man come over and put some of my clothes in your luggage?
See?
Are you going to New York?
See?
Are you taking flight 18?
See?
What's your name?
Sai?
Sai?
See?
My
told me you were going to visit some relatives in New York.
See?
A sister?
See?
I'm afraid to ask this next one. What's her name?
Sue.
Sue?
See?
Well, look, Sue, or see. Look, Si, when we get to New York, how will I get my clothes?
Jack, pay me 88 cents a pound.
88 cents a pound?
See?
Oh, see. I don't, every time I ask Rochester to do something for me, I'm in trouble.
Attention, please. Attention, passengers on Flight 18 to New York.
Hey, that's our plane.
This flight will be delayed for approximately an hour and 20 minutes.
Everything, why does everything happen to me? First, I run into an emotional taxi driver. Then the ticket man drives me nuts. Then my luggage, half of my luggage is in some stranger's bag. And now we have to sit around here for an hour and 20 minutes.
No, relax, Jack. Relax.
Yeah.
At least you don't have to sit and listen to that crazy announcer they used to have here.
You remember that crazy fellow they had at this airport, that announcer? I'm going to read a little bit.
Attention, please. Attention. Plane leaving on runway 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Coop.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Among the...
Where did he come from?
I was out to dinner.
How do you like that?
Attention, please. Attention. Passengers getting off at Cucamonga. Watch your step. We do not land there.
Well, I'm not going to sit here for an hour and 20 minutes and listen to that crazy guy. I'm going over and get my ticket changed. Well, mister.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes. Now, look, they just announced that my plane will be delayed an hour and 20 minutes. So I want to change my ticket. Have you got a plane that'll get me out of here sooner?
Well, if they don't have one, I'll build one.
Now, what other flights have you got?
Well, we have 2 flights leaving for New York in the next half hour. There's flight number 11 and flight number 12. Now, on flight 12, the ticket will cost you $180. On flight 11, it'll only cost you $20.
Well, why the big difference?
Flight 11 is a U-drive.
Say, maybe... Oh, no. Come on, get me another plane.
Attention, please. Attention. The SS Lurleen, now arriving from Honolulu on runway 7. Man, was it foggy.
The SS Lurleen? Well, that's ridiculous.
Correction.
I thought so.
It was the Matsonia.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard of. Imagine an ocean liner coming from Honolulu and coming into this airport. Whoever thought of a silly thing like this ought to have their head examined.
Pardon me, but where do we get the buzz?
Don't ask me. I'm a straight man.
Flight 18, which we thought would be delayed, is now ready to leave. Will the passengers please start loading immediately?
That's my plane. It's going after all. Give me my ticket.
I
I'm so glad you haven't left yet.
For heaven's sake, it's you again.
Yes, I bought something for you. Here's some candy, chocolate, cherry clusters and things like that. And some flowers. Flowers? Have a nice trip, sir. Please hurry back. Oh, I knew this would happen. I didn't want to take you to the airport, but you made me. You made me.
Taxi drivers in Los Angeles, I had to run into Betty Davis.
Hurry, Jack, hurry.
Coming, Don. Coming.
Bye,
Marion.
Bye, Bill.
Look, I don't want to interfere, but you better hurry, too.
What for? My plane isn't leaving for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks? Well, my plane is leaving right away. Goodbye, Marion. Goodbye, Bill. Say, which gate do we take?
3.
3?
See.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first...
Don, we had a nice, smooth takeoff, wasn't it?
Yeah, we certainly did. Just think, Jack, we'll be in New York in just a few hours.
Yeah. And you know what? We'll have a lot of fun at that sales convention. And not only that, we'll have a lot of nights off to ourselves. You know, where we can go to shows, and we can go and have dinner and everything like that, you know. What are you doing here?
I told you that I hate to say goodbye. Trying to break away. I couldn't. I did not want to take you to the airport, but you made me! I didn't want to go. Sorry. Oh, you sorry.
Believe me, I'm going to say something. I want to
Everybody. Good night, folks. I'll be seeing you soon.
This is the last week that you'll have a chance to pick up a bumper sticker at Safeway, so you better get by there real quick and get your TV20 bumper sticker. We're going to start giving that car away shortly, and of course, thousands of dollars of other prizes. Get your bumper sticker from Safeway right now.
We've got it all this fall. All day, all night, every night. Perry Mason standing by. Then after an hour of courtroom drama, the TV20 late night movie.
very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our show. Now, before I say anything at all, I must read you a letter that I got from a lady in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I have to read this. I just got it just when I got into the studio. It says, Dear Jack, I call you by your first name because I feel that I know you so well. I've been watching you ever since you've been on television, and I can't get over how good you look on TV. Year after year, you never seem to change. You always look the same. How do you do it? Now, I don't want to brag. I mean, this isn't the only letter I've gotten asking this question. I get thousands of them, see? And, of course, this is very flattering, but I must confess that in order to keep looking good, and this isn't cheating. I mean, no, this is just good showmanship, you see? In order to keep looking good, every year I make the camera move back. Every year, they move back a little further. In fact, right now, I'm here, and the camera is in Pomona. Now, to give you an idea what a difference this makes, I'll show you what I look like when the camera is real close to me. I'll show you. This one. Oh, Fred, give me that close-up camera, will you please? The close-up. That's enough. Go back to the long shot. Now, that, ladies and gentlemen, that shows you what can be done with camera technique. And if you think that was something, you should see me in the morning. Without makeup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to get on with the show, I know you're always anxious to welcome my singing star, so right now I'd like to bring him out, Dennis Day.
Thank you. Tonight I would like to sing a song that I hope that you'll enjoy. It's a wonderful song that is really from
Wait a minute, hold it just a minute, Dennis.
What's the matter?
What's that?
It's a palm tree.
I know it's a palm tree. I mean, why did you bring it out here?
It's for my song. You're so cheap you never get me any scenery.
Well, Dennis, what's wrong with being in front of a curtain?
Nothing if you're a window.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you, Fred.
Well, you hadn't better, because everybody knows that it's much easier for a singer to sell the lyrics of a song if he can work with something that can help him convey the mood and the meaning of the words.
Well, Dennis, I certainly can't argue with you there. If you think that this tree, this palm tree, will help you with your song, why, go ahead and use it.
Okay. In some secluded rendezvous that overlooks the avenue, with someone sharing a delight, and cocktails for two, as we enjoy a cigarette.
Wait a minute, Dennis. Hold it.
What'd you stop me for?
I had to stop. You made such a big thing about needing scenery to sing a song. Just answer me one question. What has a palm tree got to do with two people drinking cocktails?
Well, they drink a lot of cocktails.
All right, they drink a lot of cocktails. What has a palm tree got to do with it?
It's potted. Stupid.
Dennis, will you do me a favor? Sing the song you're supposed to sing, not this one. Sing it with the tree, without the tree, in the tree, on top of the tree. Just sing it.
Close up, please.
to hold you so. My life will be in your keeping. Waking, sleeping, laughing, weeping. Longer than always is a long, long time. Far beyond forever, you'll be mine. I know I never lived before, and my heart is very sure no one else could love you more. No one else could love you
Did you? Imagine him coming out with a palm tree. You know, that kid drives me nuts. But it's my own fault. I mean, he didn't come to me. I hired him. And you know, it's a story in itself, how I found Dennis. Now, it was back in the days when I was on radio, you know, and I had a program for several years, and I was doing very well with it. And at that particular time, I was looking for a singer. So I talked to my agent about it, and one day I dropped into his office to see if he had found me one.
I got you. Now, Harry, don't worry about a thing. Will you please? We'll work it out some way. Yeah, come in. Come in, sit down. Listen, Harry, I'll call you back, huh, baby? Jack Benny just came in. Jack Benny. Well, someday you will. Jackie, boy, I'm glad you dropped in. What can I do for you?
What can you do for me? I asked you a long time ago to try to find a fellow for my program, a singer.
Yes, of course you did. Now, Jackie, boy, you're my most precious client. And you know that I wouldn't do anything without giving your problem a lot of thought. I got great news for you.
You have?
If you're still looking for a singer, I got a kid that may be just what you're looking for.
Who?
Now, he's singing with a band now. I don't think he's making too much money. Let's see here. His name is, here it is. Frank Sinatra.
No, I saw him. He's a skinny kid with no personality. I mean, he's almost as bad as that other guy you tried to palm off on me, that Bing Crosby with that... Who needs that? So far, you've come up with nobody.
Nobody? What about the kid I sent up to see you last week, that Perry Como? Didn't you like his voice?
Well, he's got a nice voice, but he's too aggressive. He jumps around you. He's too fast. He sings too I don't want that kind. Look, they're all baritone. I want someone with a higher voice, you know.
How about Jessica Dragonette?
Well, he's all right, but... he's not, you know, look, I want a young fella, a singer with a lot of talent and personality and a great comedy potential.
And you want to pay him $35 a week.
That's right. I want a nice, cheap Morton Downey.
Well, Jackie, boy, I'm telling you right now, for that kind of money, you're not going to find anybody. They just... Hey, wait a minute. An agent friend of mine dropped in here about a month ago. He handles unknown. He brought a record in here with him of a kid who may be just what you're looking for. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, the kid's name is Dennis Day.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the record. Come on. Dennis Day.
Go ahead, kid, sing.
Dennis. Yes, please? I already put in the quarter. Start singing. Now? Sure. Can't you see the record going around? Yeah, it makes me dizzy. Well, face the other way and sing. Okay. A pale moon was rising above the green mountain. The sun was declining. What happened?
That's it. They must have run out of quarters.
But look at now, that's what I was looking for, a beautiful high voice like that. That's what I want. Where can I get him?
Wait a minute. I think I saw his phone number right here on the record.
What is it?
Ah, there it is. HO2469.
Okay, I'll call him. I'll call him right now.
Go ahead.
See if I can get him. What is that?
HO2469.
Oh, wait a minute. HO2469. Now that's what I want. That's the kind of a voice. Hello, Luigi's a fish market. Luigi's fish market? Is this HO2469? Sure.
Have you got somebody working there called Dennis Day?
You mean the kid where you go around all the time and sing the Irish song?
Yeah, that's him. Let me talk to him.
He no worker here no more. I fired him. You fired him? Why? I come in one morning and I find him stiff as a board. You mean he was drunk? No. He locked himself in the freeze. Some scoop. Well, where can I get in touch with him?
I don't know. He works for some ice cream company. Hey, wait a minute. I got over here a piece of paper. The name. Give me see. Oh, the name. BCP Ice Cream Parlor. You wanted the number?
Yeah.
MA6079.
And please, don't bother me no more. That's
MA6079.
I'll call. MA6079. 79. I got it.
Busy Bee Ice Cream Parlor.
I'd like to speak to Dennis Day, please.
No, he's not here anymore. We fired him.
You fired him?
We had to. Ever since he came, our ice cream smells from fish.
Fish?
Our Neapolitan became mackerel, herring, and halibut.
Oh.
He was a nice kid, kept singing all the time, had a real beautiful voice.
Well, that's it. I heard him say, with that voice, he should be in show business.
Now, let's see. I think I heard that he's at the Lotus Blossom Inn now.
Oh, thank you. He is in show business. He's at the Lotus Blossom Inn.
Lotus Blossom. Jack, I've seen the floor shows there. They're not too good. Now, if I were you, I'd go down and talk to the kid, and maybe he'll leave them and go with you.
It's a great idea, Steve. I'll do that. I'll go right down there now.
Glad to see you,
Jack. I want to hear him. I want to hear him sing.
Drop in anytime.
Okay, kid. So long, Steve.
So long, Jack.
Good evening, sir. One for dinner? No, I'm going to eat later. Have you a fella here, Dennis Day, working here? Dennis Day? Oh, you mean, I take you home again, Kathleen, across the ocean wide and wide. Yeah, that's the fella. I came over here tonight because I want to watch him work. You want to watch him work? Yes. Take a good look. He works in the kitchen.
Stop singing! I'm waiting for tell name.
I can't get over it. I thought he was singing in the floor show. No, not sing. He pussy food. He slingy head. He not singer, he slinger. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Too charming to go. You mind if I go over and talk to him? Sure. Talk to you all you want. Oh. I'm here to, I thought you were a waiter.
Classic
Benny.
guy.
Jack who? Benny. Does my name mean something to you?
Oh, yeah. You ordered the chow mein to go.
I didn't order anything. Now, look, kid. You're Dennis Day, aren't you? Now, look here. Your meeting me could be a turning point in your life. I mean, I can give you an opportunity. Hey, boy, answer phone.
Oh, excuse me. Hello, Norris Blossom Inn, best chop suey, never gooey. What you like order, please? Oh, number 4.
Castle Dracula, home for many centuries to a dreadful dynasty of vicious vampire ducks, the Counts of Dracula. Legend has it that these foul beings can be destroyed by a stake through the heart or exposure to sunlight. This does not suffice, however, for they may be brought back to life by means of a secret rite that can be performed once a century when the moon is in the 8th house of Aquarius. Blood.
I'll get it.
The latest reincarnation did not run according to plan.
In the heart of Transylvania, in the Vampire Hall of Fame, yeah, there's not a man like any other. He won't bite, beast the man, cause he's a vegetarian, and things never go to plan for. If you're looking for some fun, you can always count upon the wild one they call
Dracula. Count Dracula.
These are the Transylvanian Alps, majestic, menacing, magnificent, and malevolent. Amidst their looming and lowering peaks stands a castle. Yes, this is Castle Dracula, where hideous, blood-curdling shrieks echo from the very depths.
Nanny, help, help!
Oh, my little ducky boos! Whatever's the matter?
I just had the most hideous dream, Nanny. Oh, hideous, horrible, hair-raising. And oh, who's that?
Oh, it's only Mr. Igor bringing your breakfast.
Breakfast? Oh, ugh. I'll never be able to eat anything ever again, never.
Oh, now that's silly talk, isn't it? And why not?
That dream, I dreamt I was eating a giant hamburger.
There's hope for you yet.
It was horrible, huge, and meaty, and oh no.
What is it now? Tell Nanny.
Nanny, where's my pillow? I've eaten my pillow.
I think not, my lord. It's here. It must have fallen off the bed.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, that word, sir. If you could avoid its use, I would be most grateful.
Goodness, Igor. That's the trouble with you, always looking on the black side. Well, I suppose that's what comes of living in a dump like this. I mean, it's bound to make you depressed.
Sir, there's nothing wrong with it.
I mean, just look at it. It's a monstrosity, a huge, dilapidated, crumbling, depressing, outdated monstrosity.
Oh, now then, young master. There's no way to talk about your own Nanny.
What this place needs is cheering up. A few coats of paint, some color, some life.
Oh, my lord, please, no more, I beg of you.
My mind is made up. There's going to be a few changes made around here. Hello? Transylvanian Morning Sun? I'd like to place an advertisement in your paper.
Always a friendly werewolf needs a home. This paper, such rubbish they print. Who ever heard of a friendly werewolf? Schinken und Käse, what's this? Wanted interior designer to renovate and refurbish large Transylvanian castle. Applications to Count Dracula. Dracula Castle, Transylvania Avenue, Transylvania. I wonder what he could be up to.
Would you get that, Igor, before Nanny...
I'll get it!
Order a new front door, please, Igor?
At once, sir.
Oh, now how did that happen?
It matters not. For the moment I set eyes on it, I said to myself, that door must go, go, go.
Go?
Precisely. Oak and iron, just so brutal, don't you think?
Not often, no.
Too arrogant. That door said, keep out.
Oh, it never did. When?
What we wanted to say is, come in. Ah, Count Dracula, I presume.
You presume? Right. So sorry about the door. Nanny...
Has solved our problem.
Problem? What problem?
I can see it now. The new door will be glass. Plate glass, light and air is what we want.
Light and air? Of course, glass.
Ah, but I forget myself. I have not yet presented you with my credentials. Here.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Roberto, designer to the stars.
Yes, I am he, Mr. Roberto. As soon as I saw your advertisement in the Transylvanian Morning Sun, I said to myself, Roberto, I said, that job is you.
Me? Oh, you. Well, you've made an impressive start. Glass front doors, eh?
Glass front doors? Ooh, whatever next?
Come in and give the old place the once-over, then.
It will be more than a pleasure. Men, my artisans.
Pardon.
Moaning? Yes. Now, this is the main hallway.
Palms.
Beg pardon?
Lianas. Yucca plants. Philodendron.
Phil who?
Yes, this space we will transform into a jungle of greenery.
Oh, no.
The stairway will have to go, of course.
I lost the control.
Don't know about that.
Could have problems there.
And through here is the library.
The bibliothèque.
Oh, I don't like that, Mr. Roberto. He thinks he's everybody's self, but who he is, I don't suppose.
I can't say that I have taken to him either, Nanny.
He'll have to go, and if he doesn't, I will.
No, Nanny. I have a better idea.
What's that then, Mr. Igor?
We shall withdraw our labor.
Yes. What's that mean?
We shall refuse to do any work, Nanny. We shall go on strike.
Oh, we can't do that.
Why not?
Who's going to make his dinner? Who's going to iron his shirts? Who's going to read him his bedtime stories?
I thought I had ceased to be surprised by your thick-headedness, Nanny. I was wrong. The point is that no one is going to make his dinner and iron his shirts.
Oh, my poor little ducky boo.
But only until that dreadful man and his motley crew have departed.
Oh, yeah. Here, just a minute.
What is it now, Nanny?
Who are you calling thick-headed?
And this is the...
Oh, yes.
Yes?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes?
You know what this room says, don't you?
Yes. That is, no.
It says mirrors.
Yes, it does. It does.
Mirrors from ceiling to floor. It just shouts it at you.
Screams at the top of its voice.
Jot that down, man. Mirrors.
Did you want a extruded polytetrafluoroethylene or glass?
But glass, of course. Nothing is to be skimped on.
Runs into money. This glass. Well, perhaps the polyphyrostrudel would be...
No. The basement.
Oh, yes, you mean the dungeons. I mean the cellar.
The cellar, the basement, call it what you will. It will become an experience. I shiver. I tremble.
Well, yes, you would. The dungeons always are cold and damp.
I tremble not from the cold, but from the vision of transformation that springs to my mind's eye. Close your eyes. What do you see?
Nothing.
Deep vermilion and glistering gold. The flickering of candles and torches. The tinkling of tiny brass chimes. The heady aroma of incense from the Orient. I shall create a pleasure dome to rival that of Kubla Khan.
A pleasure dome? Wow, that sounds pleasant. all this interior designing certainly builds up an appetite. I'm a bit peckish. Time for a snack, and a large snack at that. Nanny, Nanny! Nanny! Huh. Where did she go to? Igor? Igor! Where is everybody? I can see there's only one thing to do. I'll have to make my own snack. Oh, there you are. I was calling for you at the top of my voice. I was shouting.
That's right, dear. Quite a noise you was making, too.
You mean you heard me?
Indeed we did, my lord. Quite a remarkable pair of lungs you have, if I may be so bold as to say so.
Look, I was calling you. Why didn't you answer?
Because we're on strike.
Strike? On strike?
Precisely, sir.
On strike?
Yes.
Huh. This is ridiculous. I'm hungry. I want my snack, Nanny.
Well, you knows where the refrigerator is.
Look, What's all this about, anyway?
It's about that dreadful man.
Mr. Roberto?
Yes, my lord.
We're not going to lift a finger until we go.
No, Nanny.
Oh, yes, I remember. We're not going to go until he lifts his fingers.
Nanny, what are you... Igor, what's Nanny talking about?
What she's endeavoring to tell you, sir, is that we are not going to lift a finger until he goes.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, well, in that case...
But he's coming back tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp to get started decorating. Nanny, Igor... Oh, all right, have it your own way. I'll just have to hire someone else, that's all. See if I care. Hello? Transylvania Morning Sun? Oh, good. I'd like to place another advertisement in your paper.
Molly's a friendly werewolf eats old lady who waffles home. Well, you see there, I told you there's no such werewolf as a friendly one. Wiener Welt und Wunderkind, what's this? Butler housekeeper required. No previous experience necessary. Must be good at snacks. Applications to Count Dracula, Castle Dracula, Transylvania Avenue, Transylvania. I don't know what it is that's going on up there, but whatever it is, this is my chance. Count Dracula, prepare to breathe your last.
Just as I thought, I'm hungry. Nanny, Nanny, I want my breakfast. Oh, of course, the strike. Huh. I guess I'll have to get my own. Igor, answer that. Oh, this is so inconvenient. It's like I'll have to do it myself. Hey. Oh, that's funny. I could have sworn I heard someone knocking.
Yes, it was me.
Cool. You nearly made me jump out of my feathers. What's the idea of sneaking up on me like that?
I have come in answer to your advertisement in the Transylvanian Morning Sun.
What? You mean... Quick, quick, there's not a moment to lose.
What's happening?
To the kitchen. I need breakfast and quick.
So, I'm hired?
Yes, Mr. Hired. I should say so. I'm famished.
There now. What do you see before you?
Well, it's a castle, isn't it?
It's a castle, yeah.
Wrong, wrong, wrong. It is a chrysalis from which will emerge the imago of my brilliance.
Whatever you say, Guff.
Yeah, still looks like a castle to me.
How do you like your steak?
Steak? Steak? Look, I thought I told you I was a vegetarian. I don't believe it. I might have guessed. Goose wing. On second thoughts, I'll just skip breakfast.
To work, man. Work with diligence. Work with care. But above all, work with love.
Golden Benny.
Now, here are the plans. I shall return later to inspect the fruits of your labor.
So, I think I have another plan forming in my mind. Dracula, your nemesis is nigh.
Nice bit of scaffolding, huh?
Yeah, nice. Nice cup of tea.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Ah, good. There you are. Look, you blocked the front door with your scaffolding.
Yeah?
Yeah. So you'd better unblock it and quick.
Oh, no.
Can't do that, Gov. What do you think you can? Why not?
Tea break.
Tea break? Tea? What are you talking about? Statutory tea break, Gov.
I'll tell you what. We'll finish our tea and then see what we can do for you.
Yeah, can't promise nothing, mate.
Huh. Strikes, tea breaks. This is all too much. And on top of everything, I still haven't had my breakfast. Maybe I can get to the kitchen this way.
Oh, suppose we'd better make a start.
Ah, so. Guten Morgen.
Who are you?
Yeah, I am the new workman. I have come to assist you.
He didn't say nothing about no new workman.
Mr. Roberto.
Yeah, designer to the stars.
Mr. Roberto. Ah, yeah. He said to tell you that he didn't say nothing because because he's forgetting.
Ah, no, right.
That'll be it then.
Fooling these dim-witted artisans was almost too simple. Now, Dracula, you fiend, your end is at hand.
What you say?
Oh, nothing. Just clearing my throat.
Clear now, is it?
Yes, it seems to be quite clear, thank you.
Well, you can start work then.
And you can start by getting that scaffolding away from the door.
Yeah, we'll be putting the kettle on.
Tea break.
Yeah, tea break. Of course. Now those fools have gone. I will find Dracula and blast him off the face of the earth.
Must be near the kitchen by now.
Ha! Goose wings! So, Dracula, you have seen through my disguise again! Now you shall perish! I'm going to get you, you blood-sucking villain! No escape now, you fiend!
There's only one thing to do. I'm gonna have to jump.
Ah, there you are, men. How's the work progressing, huh? Have you made a silk purse from a sow there? Has the phoenix risen from the ashes?
Well, we got the scaffolding up.
Scaffolding? Scaffolding? But why?
Well, we always put scaffolding up, don't we, Norm?
I am an interior designer. Interior. I have no need of scaffolding.
Well, that's all right then. The new bloke's got it down again.
New bloke? What?
Well, the new bloke you sent.
I sent no one.
Well, that's all right then, 'cause he's gone.
Oh, please, no more. My head spins. I can see I shall have to supervise this job myself. To work, men!
This is too much, Nanny.
Yes.
The strike is not working.
No.
Something must be done.
Yes.
This can't go on any longer.
No.
We shall have to take matters into our own hands.
Yes.
Mr. Roberto will have to go.
No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Oh, you got me all of a muddle now, Mr. Rigor.
Oh, Nanny. Now listen. I have a plan. Here's what I suggest we do.
You know something, Sviatoslav?
What's that, Dmitri?
My uncle Vlad was right.
How do you mean?
He always said it'd come to a sticky end. A sticky end.
I don't get it.
Now we'll get rid of that dreadful man once and for all.
I know how to fix that.
No, Your Excellency. Prepare yourself for ecstasy. We have completed work in the first room. I call it my Hall of Mirrors.
Hall of Mirrors, eh? Well, now, that sounds exciting.
Enter. Behold.
Well, it's certainly very...
Exactly. These mirrors impart such a feeling of plurality, don't you think? Such a... Oh, you... Where... Oh, no.
Is something the matter? You seem to have gone kind of pale.
Where are you?
I'm here, look.
I meant, where's your reflection? You have no...
Oh, don't worry about that. That happens all the time. You know, look in the mirror and there you are, I'm not there. You get used to it after a while. Apparently it's something to do with my genes. It runs in the family.
Oh, no. A vampire. A vampire. A vampire. Help!
Oh, come on, I'm not... Look, I'm a vegetarian. The very thought of blood...
Blood! Oh, no! Keep that beak away from my neck! Help! Help!
Come back, I'm not going to... Come back. Oh. Ooh. Watch where you're going, Nanny.
Oh, Ducky Boos. Did Nanny hurt you?
No, I'm all right. I'm more shaken than her. Hey, Igor. Nanny, what are you doing with that cannon?
We were polishing it, sir.
We seen that man come past us just now. Gorn, has he?
Yes, Nanny, I'm afraid he has.
And them nasty workmen, too.
I guess so.
Oh, good.
Just a minute. Does that mean you're not on strike anymore?
I would imagine it does.
Nanny?
What is it, my little dumpling?
Can I have some breakfast now, please?
Oh, of course you can. Oh, he'll get it right at last. Oops-a-daisy.
Nanny, you clumsy... Oh, no!
What's the matter, Igor? Gosh, that scared me. Oh, well, we'll clear the mess up later. First, I've got to have my breakfast. Well, it'll be lunch by now. Huh, what the heck? I'm so hungry, I think I'll have both.
Oh, dear.
What is it, Nanny?
Mr. Igor's shot the kitchen.
What? Oh, no! My breakfast! My lunch!
Once more, the Transylvanian sky is rent by fearful, blood-curdling screams. Good night out there, whatever you are.
If you're feeling all you kind of come be your man up with. If your knees go and your teeth go, maybe you bumped into. He flies through the night looking for a bite, but he's back home by daylight. If you sort of or you're a little, it's certain you run into. If your heart goes or your mind goes, man, you had a rush with. So watch out for the, beware of the, and pray you'll never meet with.
Titleist iron fittings are quite simply the best in the game. We have industry-leading fitters and a broad product offering that allows us to find the right model or blended...
Shoelaces, Governor? Tons a pair. And strong enough to hang yourself.
How many more times must I tell you I don't want your filthy shoelaces or your company?
It has not made or bruise. Shoelaces, Governor?
I'm an Avenger. Everywhere I go, people ask me the same thing.
Can you take a picture with my dog?
I literally saved the world.
Who did you?
How is that for you, Scott? You should write a book about it.
Ant-Man and the Wasp's biggest adventure.
Where are we?
It's like we're camping. We love camping.
We've never been camping.
He's now streaming on Disney+. We're getting home.
You ready?
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Now streaming only on Disney+.
We gotta streamline these ideas. We need Grammarly.
I've got your back.
Oh, cool.
With Grammarly by your side at every step of the writing process, you can nail your business pitch with confidence. So let's get going. Your assignment is due tomorrow. Welcome to Ideation Station.
I already have a lot of ideas for this one pitch.
Jumpstart your work with Grammarly. We can provide an outline for your ideas in a way that will make your assignment shine.
Gotta revise.
Here in the revision division, it's easy to make your work clearer and more concise. They're still your ideas, just shorter.
This is perfect.
This is citation creation.
The citations are complicated and they take forever.
You got this.
Citations can be easy. Even the AI prompts you just used with Grammarly can be cited to ensure transparency with your professors.
I think we're ready to pitch.
Download Grammarly for free.
Yeah.
I won't forget that morning, not if I live to be 100. I counted the men as they marched out of the yard. They'd hardly slept for weeks. We of the CID had slept even less, but the nightmare that kept us awake was all the same night. That's why we weren't surprised when the commissioner asked us up to the conference room for a bit of a talk. He'd talked to us plenty, we knew that. It didn't help any to know what was ahead of us.
Must we have that window open, Gregson? Oh, shut it if you want to. Chief would be in enough of a temper without having a ruddy blast down the back of his neck.
Gentlemen, the commissioner.
Stuffy in here. Be seated, won't you? Gentlemen, if you wish to know what able men you are, read any of the works of popular fiction that glamorize your achievements, but don't, I beg of you, read the daily paper. They might give you an inferiority complex. I hate to mention it, but we're confronted with a series of the most atrocious murders since Jack the Ripper. And in the meantime, the CID might as well be playing at shove-hate-me for all the good we've accomplished. Now look. Here, here, and here. Each of these red flags scattered through the city stands for a woman brutally murdered, a woman's terror, a woman's death agony. These are no ordinary crimes. These are the works of a fiend who kills first and mutilates afterwards. A ghoul who hacks off a part of his victim body and carries it away with him, a loathsome souvenir of his butchery. 3 women murdered so far, and you haven't turned in one clue. You haven't given me one lead. Here you sit and wait for news of a 4th victim, with your arms folded.
Well, we hadn't long to wait. It was down Lambeth Way where a young woman was hurrying home late last night. She saw something and stopped. It was a constable. He spoke to her and he walked along with her, just in case. He saw her go down the stairway to the basement lodging where she lived. We can only surmise what happened after that.
Bundle NFL Sunday Ticket with YouTube TV to save big this season. Get $50 off NFL Sunday Ticket. Plus, enjoy 4 months of Max on us. YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Inside every computer chip is a tiny electronic clock. The speed at which that clock beats determines how fast the chip runs. Recently, an Intel Core i9 chip set a new world speed record. The chip was overclocked in a lab in Taiwan. It was chilled with liquid helium to make it go much faster and show its maximum compute power. The chip's internal clock reached 9 gigahertz.
Well, I put my pride in my pocket and went to see the man who'd so often helped out Inspector Lestrade and myself in the past, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. If ever a man needed help, I did.
This makes 4, Inspector. 4 defenseless women here in the heart of London.
And everyone with the right forefinger hacked off.
Not hacked, Inspector Gregson. Cleanly, expertly severed. The work of a skilled surgeon. That's our only clue.
Much about the age of my sister's girl. Is there no way of stopping this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes. There's a way, somehow. The fiend that did this. I promise. I promise.
We've nothing to go on, that's the rotten part of it. We can't get far without knowing the motive.
Well, at least we know what the motives were not. It wasn't robbery, nor passion, thanks be, nor yet vengeance. Because they all came of totally unrelated families. Steady, Inspector, steady.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I don't turn a hair when it's a bloke that can look after himself. A little slip of a thing like that.
Yes, it's horrible. Come on, let's get a drink. Good evening, Mr. Holmes. Good evening, Vincent. Whiskey and soda, please, and a double for my friend here, Inspector Gregson. Very good, sir.
Make mine Irish. Decent of you to give me a hand with this thing, Mr. Holmes.
Always a pleasure to be of help to Scotland Yard, Inspector.
Little out of my line, looking for a maniac who murders just for the fun of it.
Or perhaps just to get a human finger. All 4 cases. Murder, risk capture, and stopping to secure a finger. What for? Who knows? He's just a madman. Perhaps there's method in his madness. Just trace those missing fingers.
If we could just drain the English Channel, we might find a penny. Huh?
Oh, thank you. You may keep those, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
It's a George Fenwick, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that his daughter with him?
Don't be so naive, Inspector.
You know everyone, don't you, darling?
Well, hardly. A week ago, I didn't know you.
A week. How fast it's gone.
I collect these things.
How very quaint of you.
Shall we go?
Yes.
What are you looking at, Mr. Holmes?
Looking at a very handsome woman. Not born to the purple, but giving an excellent imitation.
Would you like to come about that for a night?
Lovely idea.
Yes, isn't it?
I wonder where she's taking Sir George Fenwick.
Don't be so naive, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Mum. Hello, Grandin. Any messages?
No, Mum.
Thank you. Drinks, Grandin. One of your nice surprises.
Yes, Mum.
I say, you don't mean that...
Grandin's a marvel, aren't you, Grandin?
Yes, Mum.
I didn't believe the things she told me.
Ah, charming things. Delightful.
Really? Do you think so?
Why, what a question. I don't mind anything, really. Except not being with you.
No, you really don't want me to believe that, do you?
Not too easy.
We're both quite grown up. You're a treasure, man. And no other likes you as you leave. I prefer more flattering.
In any light you
Perhaps I do. Oh, that priceless woman. You wouldn't believe it, but she's absurdly romantic. She loves me. She thinks that we...
But we do, don't we?
Do we?
Well, it's rather soothing, restful.
Yes. And we all need rest at times, like tired children who've played too long. You've played with wooden soldiers, I suppose.
Funny. Hadn't thought of that for years.
Toy boats were my special joy. Anything I could set afloat anywhere. Like this. And this. Toy boat sailing into the Never Never Land. The land of beautiful dreams. Look. Look, hard, isn't it, how light it is?
Febreze. Hi, I use Febreze Fade Defy Plug.
And I use this.
Febreze has a microchip to control scent release, so it smells first day fresh for 50 days.
50 days?
And its refill reminder light means I'll never miss a day of freshness. Febreze Plug.
Little specks of light move and move, like stars on a snowy stream.
You know, Holmes, I'm very sensitive to atmosphere. Yes, I can tell by the feel of this room there's been a murder committed here.
It may interest you to know, my dear fellow, it was the other side of that door, foot of the stairs, and the poor girl was murdered. If only I could find it.
Find what?
The one thing these unfortunate victims have in common that might give us a motive for these murders. There must be something.
Another Jack the Ripper, if you ask me, a homicidal maniac.
No, Watson. In the case of Jack the Ripper, there was one thing in common. His victims were all from one walk of life, living in the same section of the city. In this case, the murderer chooses his victims from all walks of life and... This is not the work of a homicidal maniac. Something infinitely more sinister.
The creeps. What on earth are you talking about?
Watson, I'm convinced that these murders are only incidental to some larger and more diabolical scheme.
That may be, but why the severed fingers?
The answer to that question, my dear fellow, is our only hope of solving these mysteries.
Dear sister, I am so happy. I had such a lovely holiday at Brighton with you and Alf. And I'm looking forward to being with you again. Poor little thing. Sort of raises a lump in your throat. I can picture her sitting here happily writing this letter, and not bit realizing that she's shortly going to her death. Hello? Gregson?
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holmes. I've been looking for you everywhere. What's happened? Murder in Edgeware Road, not half an hour ago. Woman? Yes. Right forefinger cut off clean.
found murder, 5%. Horrible murder, 5 him. 5 him. Read all about it. Get your 5 him. Murdering Edgware Road. Horrible finger murder. Shocking murder. Murdering Edgware Road. Horrible murder of a young woman.
Only fancy, Mum. There's been another of those horrible murders.
Dear, dear, how shocking.
Yes, Mum. I really don't feel quite safe here myself. Oh, dear.
Why, Sir George!
I must see Miss Marlowe at once.
I don't know if she...
I must see her. Where is she? Lydia,
Why, Sir George, what is it? What happened?
I don't know. You'll have to help me. You've got to help me.
But I don't understand.
Listen, I woke up a few minutes ago in a cheap boarding house off Edgware Road. I don't know how I came there. I don't know when. The last thing I remember is being here with you.
Calm yourself, Sir George.
When did I leave here?
It was about...
It was 10:45, Mum. Precisely.
You seemed, forgive me, just a little distressed. Detached, not interested. I thought I'd said something to offend you.
I don't remember. I can't remember.
Tell me, has this happened to you before?
Before?
Well, there is such a thing as amnesia, you know.
It was 10:45 when I left you. It was 9 this morning when I woke. Over 10 hours lost. 10 hours that I can't account for. And in my pocket when I woke, I found... Yeah.
Oh, it's not for you, of course. It can't be.
Excuse me, Mum. There's a man asking to see the gentleman.
Send him away.
Yes, ma'am.
No, please. I'll see him.
Well, delightful room. Not much like the place you woke up in this morning.
You followed me here?
Yes.
Are you a detective?
Oh, no. Quite the contrary. Don't be afraid, Sir George.
You know my name?
Oh, yes. A very old and highly honored name. And being the bearer of such a name, and also a very wealthy man, I thought you might care to possess yourself this trifle. Rather than let it fall into the hands of the police. It is yours, if I'm not mistaken. The initials, GF.
Where did you get this?
It came out of your pocket. I saw it fall, but you never noticed. You were very busy, bending over something with a knife.
Grab my hand!
Wait, are you sweating?
Didn't you use allspice dry spray? Of course I did. I'm not an idiot.
Why do we don't longer than right here? Old Spice has long-lasting sweat protection.
I'm telling you, I used it. Okay, I lied.
How do I get out of this place?
Then you put something in your pocket.
Come along, Holmes, come along, come along. How many more Tarrisons, I tell you? You're missing a treat. This is delicious. Little jam tarts to follow. Tempted?
You and your fresh pots.
They tell me that fish is good for the brains.
Brains haven't any. You realize that a whole day and a night have gone by since that bestial affair in Edgware Road? I'm as much in the dark as ever. Hello, here comes a client, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Oh, attractive. Very attractive.
Obviously, she left home under the stress of some very great emotion.
How do you know that?
She wasn't wearing any gloves. A startling omission in a young lady of fashion.
No, she didn't put her coat on. Open car, too.
Furthermore, there's something in that bag she wants to show me.
What makes you say that?
Bag doesn't match her dress, indicating it was picked for size rather than style. To accommodate some bulky object.
Sure, amaze me, Holmes.
What I mentioned my phone. Well, that's interesting.
What is?
A cab, turning at the empty house. Wonder why he followed her here.
Oh, wouldn't you?
Quite possibly with glasses. No. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
It's a young lady, sir. Most urgent.
Ask her to come in.
Go right in, miss.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you
How do you
do?
do? Mr. Holmes, you must excuse me, please.
Yes, well, won't you sit down?
Come along.
May I? It's quite all right. Now try to control yourself, Miss Merrick. You're with friends.
You know my name?
No magic, I assure you. I've often seen your picture. You're the daughter of Sir George Merrick, aren't you?
Yes. It's about my father that I...
What about your father, Miss Merrick?
Oh, I don't know what to do. He's always been the nicest, dearest person. Only since Mother died.
Yes, that's what we know.
So I didn't think anything of him when I was away the night before last. But he didn't come home until yesterday at tea time. He didn't come in for dinner at all. Just paced up and down in the library hour after hour. I begged him to let me in, but he wouldn't.
Steady, steady. Now take your time.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Then I started hearing things.
Hearing things? What sort of things?
I heard someone in the garden underneath my window. Then I saw a figure moving down the garden path. And I recognized my father, stealing through his own garden like a thief. He had a spade in his hand, and he stopped by the greenhouse where he started to dig. This morning, at daybreak, I stole out into the garden and found this.
Finger. A human finger.
Bring up Scotland Yard, will you, Watson? Ask them to get hold of Inspector Gregson and tell him to meet us at once at George Finnick's house, Kingston.
Operator, get me Scotland Yard quick.
Where's my father, Norris?
He's still in the library, miss.
Thank you. We'll see him right away. Will you come with me, please?
Thank you.
I got your message, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, indeed.
Dad, may I come in? Dad. It's funny. He doesn't answer.
Well, now,
Here's a fresh take. Pampering isn't just for your face. Pamper your intimate area with the new Summer's Eve Spa Collection, with fragrances blended with essential oils. Specially designed for your intimate area.
You mind?
Please do.
Thank you. Watson, quick.
Come along, my dear.
No.
Take charge, Miss Fennick, please.
Now, miss, please. Come along with me.
Dead?
What do you make of it, Doctor?
Shot in the back, between the second and third ribs. The bullet undoubtedly had penetrated the heart. Look at the powder marks on his coat.
I'm afraid of this.
What do you mean?
Don't you remember the man in the cab who followed Miss Fennick to Baker Street?
You don't think he had anything to do with the
I
deal?
think it's reasonable to assume that he tipped off someone that I've been sent for. George has obviously been murdered to keep him from telling me what he knew. What was the weapon used?
Small caliber revolver, point blank range.
The murderer came in through those French windows. The mud from the garden he brought in his boots. Sir George must have surprised the intruder. Passed the room to him here. Follows we can't tell, but from the location of the wound, I'd say that he turned his back for a moment, and as he turned, the muzzle of the revolver was placed between his ribs and one muffled shot fired.
You mean to say he kept on going, even after he was shot?
There's no doubt about it. Look there.
What's the point of that?
Trail of blood leads us back to the desk. Something Sir George was after. Something.
I know. He was trying to summon help, Butcher.
I don't think so, Watson. There's the bell pull by the fireplace. No, you'll notice from the trail of blood that Sir George made straight for this desk here. I wonder, it was something he was desperately anxious to get. Hello. His right hand's clenched.
Perfectly natural. Death agony.
The left hand lies open. Why only one hand clenched in the death agony? The right hand, the hand nearest the desk. Please note that. If Sir George took something off this desk, something so important that he spilled his last drop of blood to get it, I want to know what it is.
Nothing but an ordinary match folder.
Where does that lead us?
I imagine to something very important, Gregson. This match folder's from Pembroke House.
Why shouldn't it be? He was there, you know. We saw him yesterday.
Yes, but the effort he made after he was shot to get hold of this match folder. Just possible. He wanted someone to remember Pembroke House. They've wished to recall it to someone who saw it there. Someone who, like ourselves, saw him with a woman.
Come in.
Oh, Dr. Watson, this came by hand from Mr. Holmes. Not 10 minutes ago.
Thank you, Miss Johnson.
That would be the report from Sir George's bank.
What would you do? Oh, really?
Don't you remember his daughter told us that he'd just closed his account? Had it looked into at once. He drew out his entire balance in cash, nearly £10,000, yesterday, just after that young woman was murdered. What does that suggest to you, Watson?
That he paid it out to someone.
Precisely. I smelled a faint, sweet odor of blackmail.
You don't think he paid it out to someone who saw him murder the McLean woman?
Sir George never murdered anyone.
He did have that woman's finger, and he empty did have and pay out a lot of cash.
That's the terrifying part about blackmail, Watson. The victim is afraid to fight the accusation, no matter how false. Once the accusation is made, the name is smeared, and sometimes his life is ruined.
Well, St. George didn't commit these murders. What fiend did?
I rather think they're not the work of any...
Well, woo, that's right. I was just wrapping up anyway, but thanks for swinging by and saying wow, woo. Alright, so we go over here and we say.
We've donated 3 billion meals to local food banks and agencies since 2017.
Right now, take advantage of a limited time offer on Disney+.
Begin by simply listening, slow down, see just how peaceful today can be. Thanks so much for swinging by. That was an interesting episode. I've been your host, Sebastian Saint Serapian Spooky Smalls, Sleuth Smalls, Sidewinder Smalls, Vincent Twice. You can always call me Bennett. Again, thanks for swinging by. Catch you guys on the flip side.